Um, Apparently, we are live now. So, hello there, commanders. Welcome to SUNTZU's 14th anniversary tournament. Um, and we're already getting our first replays. That's why we're starting our stream 30 minutes later than usual, so that we can start immediately getting into the action. I also see we have a second replay coming in, so I'm going to quickly save it, and we are just going to jump straight into it. A little bit of a caveat before we start, though. I am a little bit ill. Yesterday was absolutely abysmal. Today I feel a little bit better. But yeah, my voice might not be in the best condition. Maybe it is fine now, but after some time, no idea how much, it might start giving up. Anyway, so the first match we are going to watch is round of 16 match number 4, which has already concluded. And I'm just gonna post, rather show you the draft pretty quickly to lead us into it, and maybe show you the bracket as well. I suppose that would be useful. So that's the bracket. There we go. Now you see all the matchups. And you also see the spoilers, so yikers. And that's the draft. Just pretend you didn't see it. Alright, let's just do it like this. So Beastmen, Dwarves, Kislev, Wood Elves, Tomb Kings, Empire, Band, then Grand Cafe, High Elves, Dark Elves, Vampire Coast, Nurgle, and Lizardmen randomly selected. Picked. And then we are banning matchups. So fourth matchup is High Elves versus Vampire Coast. Fifth matchup is Dark Elves versus Vampire Coast. Third matchup, Men versus Grand Cafe. Ninth matchup is Lizardmen versus Nurgle. Eighth matchup is Dark Elves versus Nurgle. Sixth matchup is Lizardmen versus Vampire Coast. First matchup is High Elves versus Grand Cafe. Second matchup is Grand Cafe versus Dark Elves, which leaves us with the seventh matchup, which is High Elves versus Nurgle. And then they're banning the maps. There we go, they're playing on map number 3. The map pool for it, well, doesn't matter what the map pool is. The map number 3 is Creeping Swamp. So let's go into replays. That's the 1, that's match number 4. I don't have the mod on, because there was a hot fix yesterday. Great. Okay. Technical difficulties, smooth start. I'm gonna stream the game to you as well, Archilon, after I relaunch it. Where's the... Why is it not at the very top? What the hell? Where is that mod? There we go. Alright. Artyom, you there? Good thing I caught it at the beginning while you weren't responding. Give me a second, because... There we go. OBS is so fucking stupid.
It is. The recent updates made it a lot worse.
It resets my like audio device back to default, but somehow their default is not my default device.
I know that too.
What?
That too is a problem. I noticed that. I'm having that too.
That is such a basic thing, and it always happens. Anyway, just give me a second to do something. Should be fine. Maybe a little bit left. There we go. Looks good. We shouldn't get in the way of people's names. But never mind, we're not good. I forgot one more crucial thing. Once again.
What did you forget?
Enable the other mod. Will be a search function here.
I'll be right back.
What the hell is happening with the like Total War mod thingy? Mod manager. Holy fuck, it's so bad. Whatever. Got it to work.
Okay, I'm back.
Well, right on time. Stream. What the hell? There we go. Okay, Alexander Nads versus Ash, but on Discord, Ash is called Empty Empires. I guess Ash is easier to say, so I'll stick with that. Yeah, as I said, I am ill, so you will hear me coughing, maybe sneezing a few times.
They don't sound too bad, don't worry.
Yeah, still, it will be interrupting.
Yeah.
Okay, Teclis. Okay, that's not a very common lore that we see. Wonder if he's on a Phoenix. Probably is, given that the starting army is pretty small, although there's a lot of elite Shadow Warriors on the side of High Elves. Nurgle, Chaos Warriors of Nurgle, 5 of them. In the Murders of Nurgle, we've got the Chaos Lord of Nurgle, so the melee variant. Then you have Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, and an Exalted Hero, a Saint of Nurglings. And there we go, Shadow Warriors times 4. They cost 850. Have Vanguard deployment. Teclis is on foot, no? On a horse. And has Chain Lightning, a regrow, and Flock of Doom. Sword of Teclis and Potion of Charon. Wow. Heals him 4 times, nice. There's a Lion Chariots of Thrace, and a Fireborn Dragon Princess. And then Wild Lions of Thrace coming in. Very good use of Chaos. Warhounds Archeon, you'll need to carry, I told you. Diving into and trading massively up into the Shadow Warriors who have no defense whatsoever. Ark, become alive!
I'm here administering the tournament. What do you want? Do you want me to commentate the replay?
Yes, okay. Help me. I'm struggling with my voice.
Alright. Oh, you want me to watch
the yeah, we've seen a... Yes, we've seen a stream of corruption just now. Teclis is coming in with his Sword of Teclis ability. We even see a little bit Reaver Archers charging the Marauders just to stop them from getting into the Shadow Warriors. But Nurgle is pushing. Oh, Chariots are doing a great job so far.
Yeah,
obliterating end of Chaos Warriors.
Zoom up above, see what's happening with those heroes. I see them fighting this Regiment of Renowned Cavalry, but the Nurgle hero is pretty low on health.
There's Exalted well, there's 2 melee guys, the Sorcerer is over here, so it's a Sorcerer duel as well. Teclis running away from it.
But the Sorcerer is on a Rot Beast, which gives them much greater stats with the heroes coming in and hitting them from 2 sides. Is going to make it very harder, and Teclis instead runs away, a very good tactical decision. However, Nurgle is still pushing the advantage on the battlefield with those Furies chasing those archers. Just perfect matchup over there, but they should have probably dove into those archers instead. Regardless, they're still diving and fighting those horse archers, still a good target, and they run away. Now they can turn around and fight other targets.
The Shadow Warriors aren't doing too well, especially since there is a presence of Chaos Furies and Warhounds.
Yes.
And pawn number 1 still not captured.
Yeah. But looks like the elves have an advantage on that one currently. They just need to send something to complete the capture.
Looks like the Nurglings Regiment of Renown will get there eventually.
Yep, for sure. And the spell's going down on the point 2 just to weaken them up. It's an interesting idea. Marauder Horsemen being a little bit higher on the melee stat-wise in Horse Archers.
Horse Archers aren't good for melee in the first place.
Exactly, but if you really have to fight Horse Archer versus Archer, that's a very good cast. If you have to duel melee Horse Archers, Marauder Horsemen are a pretty good option. And yep, the Fireborn are getting knocked out. They did alright, but they could have done a lot better. And now comes in the Chariots. Now, this is not a particularly good matchup. While they will do great damage on that infantry, heroes do considerable damage to chariot units. because of their mechanics. So that might not have been a good decision. If they can pull out properly, they will get a decent value off of that exchange. But the elves are pulling through from the reinforcements, intercepting them. We see a lot of skirmishing happening, but those archers just are not getting enough value at this point on point 2. Like, I don't think there's much point in pressuring.
Yeah, they're still full
point
HP
2.
and almost out of ammunition, but they did barely any damage. 300 each.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they should have been doing a lot better. They've been hiding in the woods most of the time, so the arrows have been hitting tree trunks instead of the enemy. So, yep, just one volley, about 12% of...
Those stones of Nurgle are dealing huge damage from the get-go as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The archers have always been an good anti-large option, and now they're forced to run away. Like, I'm not liking the
strategy. I meant the other way around. Like, the toads dealt a lot of damage to War Lions. And yeah, like the damage was somehow returned by the archers.
Yeah.
So now they're up to 400, 500 value.
Yep.
But since Nurgle is a little bit overwhelming, although if you look at the values, it's still pretty close.
It is really close. It's fascinating how close it is. And the point values on the field are also quite similar. In fact, that regiment of renowned Nurglings, them taking point 1, I think significantly changed the dynamic of the battle. And so
it's
now
just a free point, so why not?
Exactly. The fact that elves ignored it was such a big blunder. So every second it adds on to their advantage right now.
Well, they can still have plenty of time to get it back, and winning overall on value is going to be much more important. But now those archers will have to be recalled now that they have run out of ammo.
Yep.
That will return some value into the Ash's pocket.
They didn't see it and are getting charged by melee. That's pretty embarrassing.
It's a damaged unit, as long as the 2 full ones just get recalled, unless he's going to commit them into melee, but I don't think that's the best idea. But looks like that's what he's going for. Another chain lightning, kind of fizzling around in the middle of nowhere.
It's just not a very good spell. Like, vortex spells in general are generally not cost effective.
Yeah, I guess for damage, Flock of Doom, also since this is such a big blob.
It is.
Flock of Doom is just much more reliable and cheaper.
Yes, the reliability is such an important factor in these matchups.
Now the archers are just getting swallowed up. And they got like, what, 80 value out of this melee engagement at most? Whereas if they were recalled, that would have brought back 400 value. There we go, that's Isles just given up.
And as a result, elves realized that and they gave up. Yeah, I think a lot of that came down to them not using their archers very well. Like, that could have really swung the battle in terms of value, but they really didn't. And the values are a little bit deceptive because Nurgle generally has access to a lot of healing.
Alright, I guess let's not go into the draft. Let's just go
think we have,
straight into the next battle. So, let's go. I already have the replay ready here.
Yep. So we've got Lizardmen versus Chaos Dwarves. A pretty good matchup, a pretty interesting matchup. I would probably give the advantage to Lizardmen in this type of matchup. I mean, Chaos Dwarves are a lot like Warriors of Chaos. They are a great campaign faction, but on the battle, they are just not designed for this type of format. Like, they don't have high value... I mean, they do have some high-value units that you can get, but they're just not on that level compared to, say, well, Lizardmen. Well, let's take a look at the other matches and see what's happening. Most people are currently in the game. Some players are having a bit of lags.
I've got one more replay after this already downloaded. Anyway, let's get into
Alright,
this
let's
one.
take a look. Yep, Lizardmen have deployed fairly evenly. We've got a lot of numbers on the field, a lot of like tier 2, tier 3, sorry, tier 1 and tier 2 units. While Chaos Force are going to be skirmishing. Yep. They're going to be skirmishing with their horse archers. I don't think that's going to be a very good options. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of medium value infantry.
Yep, exactly.
Hobgoblin Wolf Rider is just quickly grabbing a point here. Securing some point advantage.
Yep. But without ability to back up, that's just going to net them a couple of points, and that's it. Yes.
Yeah, they're going to get some damage as well.
Oh, yeah, nice. Absolutely. Horse archers traditionally countered by, well, standard archers. And we just saw in a single volley, they lost 25% of their health.
Yeah, but they have like 50 range advantage, and he was just slipping.
Indeed. They are a very high micro-intensive unit.
They don't have stock, so they didn't... It's not that a unit. So he just didn't notice it. Oh, the caster might be in trouble.
Yeah, that's a
he might reconsider. He is reconsidering, but he will get a few hits in.
We will see. The reason I'm skeptical is because the animations on Chaos Force are very wonky.
They are, which is an advantage and disadvantage at the same time.
Yes, it is. It is. Their idle animation actually allows them dodge a range fire very well.
We're gonna get tic-tac-toe versus the Sorcerer Prophet.
Oh, and we got the artillery shooting at their...
That's true. Yeah. It's 2 magma cannons.
Magma cannons, very good value unit. They're already routing. Yep, terror route.
Yeah, but that's a regiment of renowned reproductive riders, and then tic-tac-toe as well. So Prophet isn't looking good at all. He's taking lots of damage very, very quickly. Oh, but what the hell was that spell? He just... What was that?
Flames of Asgore. That was called Flames of Asgore, one of the most powerful, close-range, anti-large spells in the game.
Because it looked like it came out of him. So I thought it was like a bounce spell or something. But no, it's just a regular spell.
Flames of Asgore. Yep. Yeah. It's a regular spell in the lore of Hashut. It's a pretty expensive one.
Yeah, it is 18 Winds of Magic, so fair enough. I guess good use. So that saves the Sorcerer Prophet. Well, never mind. He's routed and he's being chased away by tic-tac-toe.
He's gonna go away. You see, tic-tac-toe's hitbox is not really that big. You can actually see the hitbox right on top of them and compare that to the Chaos Sorcerer's hitbox. The fact that it wasn't that big actually what saved tic-tac-toe, because that spell is powerful enough to wipe out health bars right away.
Of single entities as well? I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Especially single.
Anyway,
no.
I was wondering about the usage of the Uran's Thunderbolt. He was using that on the cannon. But, well, as long as you don't wipe out the cannon, that just does nothing.
Yeah.
And those cannons, they're doing lots of damage. Still far away from breaking even, but they're doing alright for now.
Yeah, Chaos Force artillery is probably some of the best in the game, if not the best.
Although I would say Lizardmen are winning, even so slightly.
Oh yeah.
Sneaky Gibbs got a good volley into the Terran Riders, but they're going to dive into the magma cannons, or maybe they changed their mind.
Oh.
Are they gonna drop some bombs first on Hobgoblins?
Nope, they ran away.
But the magma cannons are devastating those globs.
Oh, they are incredibly devastating. Like right now, this is playing into the Chaos Dwarf plans right now. Like this is the type of matchup that the Chaos
Terran Riders are a little bit idle. There we go. He's still not very much committed to diving into the magma cannons, and the more he just hovers over around. Oh yeah, that's another Uran's Thunderbolt. But I am very much not convinced about it. I mean, sure, huge damage, but you still need one more. So you need 4 casts of Uran's Thunderbolt. So that's... Wait. That's King Priest's Beast. There we go, that's another one get summoned. That's 24 mana for wiping out a single unit, a single cannon.
Not worth it. Yeah, compare that to Flames of Asgore that can wipe out multiple units on a blob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that spell is off the battlefield unless he resummons his lord. They're both getting a lot of supplies in reserves, so maybe they're summoning something big. Okay, Azor just spent 1.6k. So that's Bulls and Outrenders. Yep. Great weapons.
Choice. Yeah, very good choice.
Oh, we also got Death Shrieker rocket launcher on the other flank. But it's not protected by anything now.
Well,
got some good damage, 800 so far, but yeah, those Cold One Riders, they're gonna be very good against the Frigate rocket launcher if there's nothing else to back it up. And there we go, Chaos Wars just gave up. It was advantage to Lizardman, sure. Was it over? Well, apparently it is. So, Dr. Jellyfish advances forward to quarterfinals. We'll see Navi in the lower brackets, still fighting for up to 9th place. And here's another battle. F-Bot versus Pembrokeshire, or Shire, depending on... Sometimes it's pronounced Shire, sometimes Shire, sometimes even something else, I don't know. But it's Khorne versus Lizardman. On Black Ark, again.
It's a good map.
Well, yeah, it's pretty much up to the players, though. They have 7 maps, and then they ban 6.
Yep.
So I think lots of players will also maybe not necessarily think too much about the map choice and just go for what they're familiar with. But Black Ark is one of those pretty neutral maps. Alright, King Skirmishers. Horror of Exoatl, obviously. Nakai the Wanderer, though. And Skink Oracle... Is that T-Rex? Not a T-Rex. Crocodile Dinosaur, I don't know. Well, Murders didn't manage to get point number 3. King Skirmishers scare them away. But Khorne forces are focusing largely on one side of the battlefield, whereas Lizardmen are splitting up. So, if Khorne uses that moment of having a local advantage to his advantage, that would be pretty good. We got Valkian as well. And Exalted Bloodletters, the regular Bloodletters. That is very much a glass cannon build.
It is.
So I would like to see a glass cannon rush.
Yeah.
Because once but once reinforcements get summoned more and more, there will be more tools to deal with those high quality units and more mana in everybody's pockets. So I think rushing in as quickly as possible is the way to go for Khorne. Let's start doing this. Okay, Valka flying in, looking for prey. He's very good at sniping enemy champions. That was alright, a Spear of Slipnir.
Yeah, a little underwhelming.
Yeah, let's say B tier. And I've got some fast screening units, Fleshhounds of Khorne and Chaos Warhounds as well.
Yep, that skirmish with the Marauder Horsemen was very impressive just now. They stopped like centimeters away from the melee units.
Yeah, but we're still not seeing any engagements.
We're really not.
And the Minotaurs
which I'm
got
quite surprised
stuck a little bit further behind, but they're pretty fast, so they can catch up easily.
Yeah.
But they will be crucial at countering the
Yes, the
Croxigors,
large units.
because that's the only anti-large they have. Plus Valkia, but Valkia should be diving Nakai or somebody else.
For sure.
Still circling around and just taking damage.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the strategy that they have there. Like, she could at least be tying up a ranged unit. Like, right now, that Bloodletters are just gonna get torn apart by that ranged
Yeah,
firepower.
those Croxigors is just doing massive damage. They're trading very much up.
Yeah. Like, Valkia's...
Other trades on the Bloodletters also aren't that bad. So it's mostly equal, I would say, in this melee engagement. And Naka is in the middle of it. Valkia is on the ground, so he's diving after this King Oracle. We got Chaos Fury summoned as well now. For that extra mobility, chasing away those King Skirmishers, that's pretty good.
Oh yeah, yeah. Those Furies are doing exactly what they should be doing. It's in a strange one-line formation. But, you know, like, that's the trend that I'm seeing with Valkia. A lot of very good plans, but bad execution. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
like
they're catching out the ranged units, so that's like a good trade for free.
Yes.
Except the player's not necessarily on top of the micro.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying.
Oh, Valkia versus Reproductive Riders, but now Chaos Furies are getting involved in that as well. And they are turning the tide very much so. Plus the Horseman Warriors as well. Well, that's not a skin. Well, that's Skin Cohort, so that's essentially a melee unit with just 2 rounds of javelins. But they have Bloodletters as an elite anti-infantry, they're just going to turn right through them. They also got Exalted Bloodletters already with their Hellblade charged. There's a spell coming in. What is it? Earth Blood. Yeah, healing I kind of wonder the Skink Oracle. It's pretty good.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Well, and Korn has captured point number 2. He's pushing through on his own flank. And point number 3 is also largely open. You know, there are some resurging Elysiman units in there as well. But Korn with a little bit of an advantage. Around 1,000 plus more supplies in the back. Looking so far so good for Korn. And Nakai is in very much trouble. There's no infantry units left around. I think Valkia should be absolutely diving after Nakai, just breaking his morale. You know, going after the healer is also a very good strategy. But the Minotaurs with great weapons, perfect counter as well. Going after Nakai. Valkia seems to be focusing on the Skink Oracle, which just landed far away from him. Where did the Minotaurs go? Oh, they're going back after the Skink Oracle. So Nakai is just being ignored. But on the other side is a big blob versus a big blob. A Spear of Sleipnir right now over here would be pretty good. I haven't seen the second use of it. Yep, it's still available. So, why not? A Skink Oracle has been routed. Suffered another hit in the back. Oh, and that blob is just now sandwiched, so should give up pretty quickly. Everybody's on rampage in there. And there's another unit of Minotaurs with great weapons, with anti-large coming in. Valkia still chasing out the Skink Oracle, but has lost her distance to him. He might rally, but... well, let's see. Could be off the battlefield. He is. So Valkyrie can now circle back, dive after Nakai. That Lizardman Blob is doing much better than it initially was. Given that it was completely sandwiched, but Valkyrie now coming back to deal some decisive blows. But Korn is controlling all 3 points. The points are almost equal as well.
Vishwa, sorry to interrupt. We got a rules question from one of our players about unit limits. Could you tell
Unit
me
caps.
where our...
Just unit caps.
Yeah, unit caps.
And that's all.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Valkyrie is diving after Nakai. Nakai just took 2 massive hits. Is routed now, as is the rest of the blob on point number 2. Korn in complete control, but Lizardman not giving up. Point number 3 might be flipped next, although it isn't looking too good. And it is Korn advancing. So Pembrokeshire won against F-Pod. And he's going to face Berserk in the quarterfinals. Alright. Could you not close the threads? Because now I need to go and look for them in the thingy.
Well, that's how you can also know where the replays will be. Makes it easier to organize.
It makes it harder. Because I have to go in and look for it specifically, so they haven't uploaded the replay.
For which one?
Match number 6.
Number 6.
It's like if there is a buy round, sure you can hide that, but don't hide any actual matches.
Okay, I pinged them. They are playing in their respective rounds. So
Yeah, well, we're just not gonna watch that. Let's see if we have any quarterfinals replays on board. We do. With quarterfinal match number 2.
Yep. Quite excited for that one.
Well, we also have quarterfinal match number 3.
Yes.
So, I'm downloading both. And match 4, not yet. Okay, let's watch quarterfinal match number 2 first. That's Chimbambu, who had a bye round, versus Alexander Nats, who has defeated Ash in the previous round.
Alright, let's go.
Nice, 2 legendary lords, that's always good. So we've got Wulfric the Wonder versus... is that Cetra? It is Cetra. With a War Sphinx Regiment of Renown, or Necro Sphinx. Cetra himself could also be on a Sphinx. They became quite meta after the recent patch. And what's the worst about it is that the buffs, like the stats weren't buffed. It was just animations were improved. So this is for me ridiculous, because you look at the stats and the stats are in no way an indication of how a unit performs on the battlefield. It's the animations that's just so wrong.
Yes. Very.
Okay, we've got a Gazer Blast, so quite a defensive map. You've got those choke points around point number 2. Point number 1, you've got forest, so you can flank. Can you? Yes, you can. Yeah. Saw a green line over here, thought it was maybe the end of the battlefield, but no, it's the armies pushing in. But you cannot deploy inside the forest, so your flanking will be spotted, so that's kind of mad. So if I was the map designer for this map, I would have extended these forests so that the surprises can be actual surprises. It looks like Norska is just not interested in pushing at the beginning, so maybe they're going for a build-up strategy. Tomb Kings are just gonna grab the 3 points for free, since Norska isn't interested.
Yeah, that's an interesting battle. Wolfric, on the other hand, has something to say about that. Sorry, I was quiet. I was answering the competitor questions.
Sure.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of a confusion going on. I cleared it up. But looks like, ooh, we've got a Lord on the Necrosphinx.
Wolfric is a very good 1v1 Lord, so he could go after Cetra.
Oh, he absolutely can.
You'll still use some
I think he's baiting
we have a
them
Skin
in.
Wolf Warrior skin, so he's another anti-large option in the army. And we've got a Shaman Sorcerer Fire with Burning Head. And Norska is advancing.
Nice. I saw they were trying to bait their lords into the woods, but come on, who's gonna take that?
There's the wolf skin, or wolf working, skin wolf working. Diving in after the Sphinx, and Sphinx doesn't want to take it. Oh, there we go, now he's turning around. There's a spell on Cetra, physical resistance 30%, diving in. We've got Wolfric's Sword of Torgal plus 90% base damage. Putting him at 608 regular damage. But he's getting ready, there we go, there's a Sword of Champions, a Hunter of Champions.
Ooh.
And 2 units of Skin Wolves with anti-large
That's
capabilities.
an ideal anti-large, yeah.
And they can also slow them down, so not allow them to escape. And Wolfric, despite getting quite a lot of damage at the beginning, is now returning the damage.
Yeah.
There you go, Restoration coming up
Oh yeah.
from the Necrotect.
Oof. And
that's
Wolfric
pretty
is
good.
taking it. Ooh, yeah, that's...
Could have maybe aimed a little bit better, so it also
bang.
landed a Skeleton Spearman. Also, hitting one unit is a little bit of a waste. Especially
Yeah,
since
it really
that unit
is.
only costs 500. Probably should have waited for a blob to form.
Yeah, just like this one.
Yeah, like, if you cast it like here, that's 3 units hit. 4 if they're just passing by. Oh, there we go, just like now.
Oh,
with
there
the
we go,
Burning
there
Head.
we go. Yep,
That's much
that
better.
will do it. Yep. Yep,
That's
like, what,
devastating
4 units hit?
cast. Yeah, there we go. That's very good.
You know, funnily enough though, because that set the wolves on fire, that made them terror out. It lowered their leadership so they could get terror routed. Now the Realm of
I don't
Souls comes
know
down
if
and
that
kills them.
friendly fire is that effect. Maybe we'll need to get closer, get a closer look at it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Tomb Kings are utilizing their terror routing mechanic.
Wolfric
to
doesn't have
maximum
any
extent.
healing, whereas the Sphinx got healed by the Necrotect. I think Necrotect has 2 charges of the healing. Yep, has 1 left. But so far, the values are pretty equal. Norska has managed to capture point number 1. But they'll need to keep pushing and turn the tides a little bit. Otherwise, Tomb Kings might just win on points. Norskan morale doesn't seem too good, and Norskan Isles just got sandwiched and obliterated. Skeleton Spearman and Negahara Horseman. Yeah, that's another flaming head. And I thought I saw Wolfric being targeted by some rangers, but I don't see them. Oh, it's these guys, Skeleton Horse Archers. think Wolfrid could and should commit. There we go, we should go to Shapti from the army ability. Maybe he's waiting for another round of buffs. That's another C-Fang. But yeah, once he gets another round of buffs, he could die after the Necrotect, although his healing is spent. Could dive after Cetra as well, just deal some damage. Speaking of which, where's the other hero? He's over here. 900 value so far, and only like 300 damage taken of gold value. Going after the Sphinx of Uskep. Usek.
Sure. God's sake. Ridiculous. Well,
Cetra also rummaging.
Yep, now Wolfric, I like what he is doing with him now that he knows his health is low. He is instead preventing horse archers from firing.
I'm not sure. First of all, these archers have no ammunition left, pretty much. Also, I think he's kind of just wasting his potential. Like, if he goes after Cetra,
absolutely.
sure, he will probably die or rout, but he'll deal some damage in return. Otherwise, he's just hanging in there and doing nothing. So I would rather he does something and dies in rounds.
Doing something much better.
The other Sphinx
if
is
he has
low
the
health.
micro. Like, if he
Oh,
has
never
the
mind.
micro, what you should just go
Cetra is coming after, and not only Cetra, the other Necro Sphinx as well. And just pushing him around.
Horse archers, yep.
But I cannot seem to be able to run ahead, yeah.
Yeah,
Too
that's
much pushing.
the problem. Like,
Oh,
yeah,
look at
there's
them,
much
oh, so
pushing.
clunky.
They're getting in each other's way.
I mean, they don't have like the clumsy attribute in here like Satan does. But yeah, Wolfric just escaped. Although he did use his Hunter of Champions on one of them. I think it was on Cetra. So that was also a little bit of a waste. But Norska is somewhat regaining ground, even that if that isn't reflected in the values. There's another burning head. Oh, nice turning into the Nekahara warriors.
Nice,
I thought it would go sideways, but now it went straight through. Yeah, and we've had like almost 1,000 value lead. Now there's only like 200.
Yeah, no 200.
Yeah, 1 by 2k on the Sharon.
You know, to focus on your animations aspect, Cetra was handily winning, and now he is getting kicked around and has to run away.
Yeah, but he's running away into his army, and Wolfric is getting out of there.
Oh, and now he's got the incantation. Running in. Is he gonna hit?
Well, Wolfric has also his damage buff on, so he's not gonna use it really. But that's also yet another wasted ability.
Yep.
I mean, he probably used it as he was catching Cetra and Cetra was running away.
He did, yeah.
So, like, fair enough. Oh, sneaky wolves. He just got on horse archers. There's another burning it. But it went the other way. Oh,
wrong direction.
Just look at this blob. It could have been so good.
Oh, it could have been incredible.
Such a waste of potential. And that actually just might be the deciding factor.
It's painful.
Although if you look at the values, Norska is massively up ahead now. I wonder what happens. Where did they trade so well up? Those sneaky routed units who rallied, going into point number 3. Nicely stopping the Nekahara warriors just outside, although they are a little bit in, so that should count towards the capture weight. And yes, that is actually just enough. And now Sphinx coming in, he should rout them, and maybe even shatter them. Still 700 difference, but it is with Norskan advantage now. But Tomb Kings are at 1100 points, but with only 1 point captured at the moment, but point 2 is about to flip. So it's 6 minutes now, it will go down to just 3 minutes once this is captured. So Norska has 3 minutes to re-establish control. And even after that, I think Norska needs a triple cap.
Yeah, I think so.
So they're looking good on capturing point number 3. But let's remember, point number 3 is much further away from their reinforcements than it is from Tomb King's reinforcement points. Speaking of which, there's 2 fresh units of Skeleton Warriors coming in. And point number 2, firmly in Tomb King's control. But that's also Fire is just probably just hanging around and waiting for... Well, he has the Winds of Magic. Oh no, it's 10. Okay.
Yeah, why the wait?
Just,
yeah.
You know, well, just one more. He's just waiting, they're just telling him, I'm gonna use a Burning Head over here. So they should absolutely just disperse. Like, please notice that. Okay,
Oh no,
10 Winds of Magic.
Oh, too late, too late.
Okay, he's managing him.
Wait too late.
So he
Too
clicked him. Unless he is going after this blob.
I think he's going for that blob because this blob can just run away from it. Like, there's a very sweet blob.
Burning Head is a pretty fast spell, so not really. But I guess the bigger value is in trying to route these units and turn this point around, which is almost captured, but just hanging about in Tomb King's favor. As these 2 units entered, they flipped the capture weight.
They did.
Back in Tomb King's favor. So it was literally last second, and the capture value is very, very close. And there's the Burning Head.
Burning Head, yeah.
It was probably overcast as well.
Could very likely.
Yeah, okay, not the best one, but still pretty good. Sedgway is also low on HP. Is Wolfric alive? Almost. Almost dead. So just barely alive. Oh, he rallied just to get routed immediately after. Well, at least he's alive, so his troops won't lose morale because of his death. But once he leaves the battlefield, that will impact Norscan morale. And there's only 40 seconds left, and they aren't capturing point number 3. Nor are they capturing point number 2. The Tomb Kings are just chilling in there, not even sending the troops to reinforce point number 3. And point number 3 isn't even flipping in the first place. So yeah, very well played by the Tomb Kings. And they're back on with the advantage. So really, back and forth battle in terms of the values. But overall, Tomb Kings were in control from the very, very beginning.
They were. It was well played.
Yep, good battle.
Yep.
And that was the first one that went like full distance without someone giving up. But I think like the opponent gave up like 10 seconds before it ended, but whatever. Okay, we've got... Ooh, spicy. Tim on Skaven. I don't think I have ever seen him play Skaven.
Well,
let's just go in.
Yeah. A lot of people are finishing their matches, so I'm administering at the same time.
Yeah,
So
we're
we've got
after the quarterfinals, we're about to go into best of threes.
Yeah, we got the we got more replays, obviously.
Alright, so we've got Tretch Craventail, which is also not a very common pick. Usually it's Ikit Claw because he's just so good. I've got some Poison Wind Mortars from the weapon teams, and that's about it. Storm Vermin, so that's a better unit. Some Storm Vermin here, we've got Doom Flyers, and some Clanrat Spears, more Storm Vermin with Halberds, Night Runners, slightly better Slingers, whatever weapon they're using. They have swords. The number 2 is gonna get captured. Korn is just Khorne is melee only faction. The hell you doing not walking forward? Well, maybe it's a build-up. But you can build up while being in the middle and having control of all 3 points. Or you can build up in your spawn, watching your enemy get points. So that's what Opal Bear Black is opting into. Well, Tim in control of 2 points now. Valkia moving around a little more. There we go, the Poison Wind Mortars with their 250 range are opening fire onto some Marauders. And that's damage over time, nice. Walks them a little bit forward and gets to hit this bigger blob, that would be very, very good. Only 14 ammunition, so it's best to just use it wisely. But first volley dealt only 12 damage as gold value. But well, it was mostly dodged. Putting them more firmly into your range, like now, surely will do better. And they're just marching, they're not even running. And now that was way better. 114. How's the damage over time? Yeah, it's sticking. It's counting towards it. Yep, nice. 3 units hit with that effect, including Marauders. Oh yeah, the Marauders, dual weapons, yeah. I was expecting like Marauder Champions or something. But that's a Norska. Oh, Valkia coming in, maybe going after the Poison Wind Mortars. Nice, also getting air. I wonder if they have the net ability, whatever it's called. Well, there's a small fight for point number 3, but sending a unit of Skaven Slave Slingers unprotected is not necessarily the best idea. Then again, it costs just 200, so that's a 200 loss, so not a big deal, but still, giving up a unit.
Yeah, something.
But I guess mostly worth the risk. Let's see the mortars, 200 gold as damage. There's the net. Howling Warp Gale, there we go. There are Night Runners and Skaven Slave Slingers. Can do some damage to those Chaos Furies while they're stationary. It's not much. Here's the Spear of Slipnir. Well, it hit Storm Vermin, dealing like 250 damage to them. So that's pretty good. But could have definitely been better aimed. Could have wiped like half of the unit, not a quarter. Yeah. And again, probably just a little bit too eager on the use of Spear of Slipnir. Just wait for the blobs to form and then use it on multiple units.
Because it's limited use too, is it?
It is, yeah. You have only 2 uses. And it is a massive damage as well, so...
It's massive,
making sure you use it in the most optimal way is a huge factor.
Absolutely. Especially as Valkia, because you can literally form the blobs around yourself.
Okay, that was interesting. Whatever the hell that was. But it missed.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. I think that's the...
Maybe the Howling Warp Gale again.
Landstone? Oh, could be. Yep, it is. It is. I know that effect.
Well, the full melee ensued, and that's where Khorne excels. While Skaven are firmly 1.5k ahead. Poison Wind Mortars did get routed. It dealt 550 damage. Not bad, but not good either, I guess. A Minotaur's diving deep. Team trying to use his Night Runners and Gutter Runners and Skaven Slingers or whatever. He's like very much ranged focused, so picking such an army composition against Khorne, who is obviously gonna rush you and just nuke his own unit with of Bloodletters of Khorne with a Sword of Khorne, because why not? That helps, I guess. So there's less things chasing your range units, but still, I need to question the unit's choice of Tim.
That's exactly what I'm thinking here. Like, here's what I'm thinking. What I think Tim is thinking. I am going to kite, is what he's thinking, because Skaven are generally much faster, and if they can get off a couple of volleys, they can trade positively. Yeah, but he will get kited away from all the points. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not too sure if that's even a good strategy. I'm gonna guess he's fully banking on that extra value he's gonna get.
Well,
at the same time,
well, look, Night Runners, right? They run out of ammo. They haven't lost any HP, so they used themselves up to their full potential, and they got like 360 value. So now, if they get recalled, they get half of it back, right? So like 230 something. So you're barely up on value from that.
Yeah.
And it is very, very risky. And did well. But this one didn't. Lots of other units didn't do that well either. Yeah, plus it gives Ab control of the points. The two side points are still controlled by Khorne, so Khorne is winning in terms of the capture points. But given just how far ahead Tim is in terms of value now, he should be able to snowball that advantage to victory. Also, I hope my stream isn't lagging. I do have some dropped frames due to network. But well. What we can do about it. But yeah, Tim now with double the value. Was that on the Sword of Khorne? I think this time it landed mostly in the enemy units.
Yeah.
These are disappearing anyway. A massive push towards point number 1 is being stopped a little bit by the Minotaurs.
It did what, Mark?
They're getting focused by the rangers, but the range units of Skaven, just look at their damage. 7 base damage, 1 armor piercing damage. I mean, it's Skaven Stave Slingers for 200, right? But still. Like, it may look like, oh, look at how many projectiles are landing into the enemies, but then you look at the HP bars and it's like, oh, it's barely moving. Feels like 2 damage per projectile, probably. Point number 1 will be captured by Tim. Khorne is still not giving up, but after point number 1 gets flipped, it will be any second now. Tim will be winning on points. So Khorne needs to flip a point. And I don't think flipping point number 2 is a possibility. Not with these few units. These Brothers of Khorne are doing pretty well, although it's probably their second salmon. But that's probably why. But they're kind of getting wrecked by Tretch and the Rat Ogres. But I think at this point we might just speed it up. Because Tim has such a big advantage.
Yeah.
It's not really possible for it to go any other way. Maybe we'll see a third sort of corn if enough carnage takes place. Although I saw horn of corn being used as well. And now the team has the advantage. There we go. The range build starts making more sense, but when it's equal and it can get pushed, it is very, very risky. But well, him is a multiple SUNTZU League champion, or rather, like multiple tournament winner. Did he win season finals? I think he did. Hasbun won the season 1 finals. I think Berserk won season 2 finals. Berserk won season 2 land battle finals. But the domination finals were won by Archangel? No, it was second place. No, it was like completely 2 new guys that never showed up to any tournaments previously. It was Archangel and some other guy, and I think it's the other guy who won, but I just can't remember his name now. Anyway, let's have a look for some more replays.
Hey, can you take a look at semi-final match 1? I think Berserk has a question.
That's impossible. Berserk knows everything.
Yeah, a lot more people than usual are having problems with the system. And again, we do have some new people.
Where's the replay from quarterfinal 1?
Oh, there was no game. Pembroke left.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's Badman.
Yep. That's why I gave him the losses.
Okay, so what's the question?
In quarter... I think it's...
I forgot how to select factions in best of 3. I just direct him to the draft guide. Give me a sec. I'll give him the link.
I got it.
Alright, let's get the last quarter.
By the way, we also have the round of 16 match 8 replay that you asked for.
Nice. Maybe we'll go back to it if we don't get a fresher replays. We got Dr. Jellyfish versus Serikan Rexa.
Yep.
Rope to Talabheim. That is the Empire versus Lizardman. So Jellyfish again with the Lizardman, I believe. And that Rexa with Elsbeth. Probably on her dragon. Probably still broken. Usually banned. No steam tanks though. Maybe it's up to a gentleman's agreement or something. Maybe just doesn't play into his game plan. Okay, all 3 points are pretty close on this map. So usually
and spirit, we will cut our foes asunder.
winning in the middle
It
just
is
means
time
controlling
we
all
ushered them
points.
over the threshold unto death.
They have war wagons with mortars. with 380 range, and they're about to be in range because they're super fast. And as the dragon, Spirit Leech, Fate of Buna, and Coruscating Blast. And these
Coruscating Blast is absolutely broken ability.
Yeah, I know.
It somehow does
Also,
multiple times the
best
damage.
Timekeeper.
Oh yeah. See, this is how you know she's a DLC Lord. Mortis Engine effects.
That's a Mortis Engine.
Yes, it is. Enemy damage per second.
Yeah, but it's like for 10 seconds, not permanent.
Can cast as many times as you want.
No, 2 times.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking of the item. Alright.
Where's the item?
Yep.
Anyway, Elizabeth captured all 3 points, so they could just hang around. No Ironsides inside a forest, so not necessarily
Not a very
optimal
good
for
move
the
for them.
ranged units. Yeah, you can visibly see the projectiles hitting the trees.
Yep.
Do some nice explosions, because everybody likes explosions. Probably from the mortar wagons, yep.
Yep.
Well, that's Skink are done for, but then again, those are just skinks. The javelins are being thrown back at the null iron size, but don't really give a damn. And again,
Yep.
trees are helping. Like I remember in Napoleon Total War, oh there we go, there's the breath. They're like what, 2,000 to that Stegodon? Yep, almost
Yep.
2,000. And a Spirit Leech on Mazdamundi. Anyway, going back, I remember in Napoleon, like the difference between 2 units shooting each other in open terrain versus shooting each other inside a forest was massive. I don't think it's as massive in Warhammer. They probably dialed it down a little bit, but in Napoleon it was. It was a completely different game in a forest.
It was. Now, I've not played Napoleon, but I do remember from old Rome, Total War, the trees were actually about 10 times bigger
Oh, yeah, the
than
trees
they
are
are
super huge
here.
in there. What the hell?
Yeah.
Well, Asbev also lost half of her HP. Is it just staggered on
she has.
fires?
I do
Maybe.
believe so, yes.
And that's quite a lot. Also, the cannons who suffered some damage. I don't know what
I wonder
from
what.
though.
Yeah.
Didn't see it. Well, they lost 1 cannon, so they have 75% firepower, and that firepower is hitting right on Mazdamundi. A null iron size now out of the forest. That was the most unlucky cast ever.
Yeah, that
No,
was just perfect miss.
It is Mazdamundi's Ruination of Cities, something like that, I think. Yeah, the Ruination of Cities. So it's a wind which goes into 3 random directions. And it just went completely sideways. Yeah, like, I hate random spells like that, but I guess you picked it on at your own risk.
Pretty much.
I guess next time use it in the middle of a block. But yeah, Elspeth just been knocked out of the sky by the 2 Stegodons. So they got a massive value, 800 and 1300 respectively. And Elspeth is still in range, just barely, but still. But now behind the tree cover, she should be able to recover. And she has that ability that can still heal her by 11%. So she should be fine, and Alexa is overall 1,000 value up, but has just recently captured point number 1, whereas Lizman are almost halfway through in terms of points. I was also considering maybe in the future tournaments to change that into 1,000 points instead. just to bring more emphasis on just capturing and controlling the points early on. Because I think we too often see people giving up early, and overall points captures not being that much of a factor, and just, you know, who kills the other army better wins, right? Which, fair enough, that's probably how it should be for most cases in Total War. But still, I would like to see the capture point mechanic to have a little bit more of an impact on the overall battle and its dynamics. Well, the new Ironsides have now gotten stuck into melee. They did a lot of value, so there is that.
Oh yeah. Null Ironsides are no joke.
Yeah, but now that they're in melee, they're getting shut down, and that can swing, and it actually did swing already the value in favor of Jellyfish.
Yes.
You wanted to say something?
Yes, I was going to say, Null Ironsides, despite being a ranger, have got pretty good melee stats. At the same time, for this format, this doesn't really work, because, well, you stop them from firing, and they're an expensive unit. So, it's all about that value. Just like how these demigriffs are getting annihilated by demigriffs. The OG anti-large unit, and looks like it is still there causing chaos.
Yeah, they're trading massively up, already at 500 value, having lost only 100 and something.
Yep.
So the Hammer of Witch is going strong, with only 2 cannons left now. We got Outriders with Grain Launchers. 600 value, but they need to be careful. They did get engaged, and now are losing models, losing firepower. Very much so. That's the end for that unit.
No, grenade launchers are a bad idea.
I thought they dealt with the Stegadon, but they just ran away from him. Yep. Letting the Ironsides to finish it off. And looks like they will.
Well, we'll see.
The Red Skinks are coming in. But I think they weren't really coming after them, I think they were chasing this unit and just bumped into Ironsides, but nonetheless they stopped shooting. And the Stegadon is still alive, maybe for one last charge. Getting healed now.
Yep.
So that should keep him alive and should return to the battlefield. On the right side now with that Demigriff Salmon, and Null Ironsides still alive and kicking, although not nearly as strongly as before. That ruination of cities was very questionable over there. But anyway, Nerexa managed to turn it around somewhat, and now they're back to being equal in value. So yet another very much back and forth. Null Ironsides could focus on Mazdamundi now, but seems like they're going after... Well, now they're going after Mazdamundi. Now one of them still has an order on the cavalry, whatever this is. Raised on the handling pack. And Mazdamundi is super slow. And he's almost down. Just one more volley from the Sternan's Revenge. Yep. Well, here comes the Banishment into the Sternan's Revenge and a Stegadon. Stegadon to the face probably hurts more. Diving in after the Null Ironsides, that should be the end of this unit. Yeah, and there he goes. Mortars are still firing, already exceeding their value. Demigriff Knights as well, almost exceeding their value already, while still having more than half HP. And Nerexa is in control of 2 points, point number 1 and point number 3. He managed to flip that. Point number 2 still in control of the Lizardman. Maybe not for long, as Nerexa is slowly but surely establishing control over the battlefield. Point number 3 is heavily contested though. And let's remember, Nerexa needs a triple cap to win on points. So, maybe Lizman can just hold on to a single point for long enough and win that way. Holding on to point number 3 would be their best bet, but they're not holding on to it right now. But it would be the easiest to reinforce given the force over here. Or at least the safest one, as it wouldn't expose them to enemy incoming fire. But now to think back on it, Elspeth didn't return. So she had that healing item, they didn't get to use it. Just routed. Unless she rallied and I just never noticed her coming back. And she just routed very quickly. Immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
The wagons could be unsummoned, as they're about to run out of ammunition, but they still have 3 volleys in them.
And they can also charge in because they're still chariots into range units.
Good. But not very good chariots.
No, they're not. They can still prevent them from firing.
Yeah, it looks like Lizardmen are committing mostly to point number 3. Which is barely anything going to point number 2, although we see another third Cold Ones unit. Oh, there we go, yeah. The grenade launchers are going to wipe out any infantry that gets close. Especially in the later stage of the battle, as we have right now. And they're great when the owner of the Outriders has the advantage. Because they're not very much pressure, they can just roam around the battlefield and pick and choose their targets, just like they're doing. Well, they picked their own units as targets, fair enough.
Take it back.
Nerexa didn't play enough Total War Arena, didn't learn how to prevent friendly fire. But the points have been flipped actually, so point number 2 captured by Nerexa, but point number 3 captured by Lizardmen. And now Lizardmen just need to hold on to it for 2 minutes 50, 45, 42. And now, as I said, it is much easier for them to reinforce the point. They can just hide in the forest and emerge from the forest only when necessary. And not get peppered by the grenade launchers, for example. And those very Cold Ones are still, Cold One Riders are still causing some trouble in the backline, dealing some damage to Demigryph Knights. Or these Demigryph Knights, quite easily the MVPs of the Empire roster, probably alongside the Null Ironsides. So let's see, Null Ironsides at that as well. Summoned. Not sure that's the best of ideas. I think you need to just use all the melee units you can and throw it onto point number 3. Especially since you don't have much time, it's just 100 seconds. The Null Ironsides aren't really going to help that much that quickly. Unless they will just be put on top of the points, and start providing the capture wave.
You know, the reason I'm quite is because
2 units of swordsmen would be so much better. Go on.
like I look away from the battle and then I look back and nothing has changed.
What do we know?
Like,
Like, has changed. This is so hype.
Things are moving, but they're really changing. This is
They
crazy.
flipped the points, as I said earlier. Okay, this cohort of Sotek emerging from the forest, another unit of Skin Cohort. Yeah, so cheap units for Lizardmen, that's exactly what they need. Just pile them on top of the point. Lots of units now running away, losing their morale. And Empire
That's what
is
they need
coming
to do.
in numbers, and the known Iron Sides maybe are coming in on top of the point, which is what they should do, but they shouldn't have been summoned in the first place. And the grenade launchers just immediately obliterating like 1/3 of the unit. Empire Knights. I thought they were gonna charge for their own units, but no, they just stopped. But Nerexa captured it with 27 seconds to go.
27 seconds. But with this value advantage, like this format really, I'm not
Yeah,
too
Jellyfish
sure
is
how
not
good
getting
it's
it back.
but yeah.
But
There's
it
no
was
getting
still
it back
very,
from
very,
this
very
on.
close.
Yeah,
Jellyfish
it really is.
did like everything correctly in the later stage of the battle. It was just, well, Nerexa
too
played
little,
better
too late.
overall. I think overall both players played really, really well. Like Jellyfish sniped out Elsbeth from her dragon. She didn't even get to use the healing item for a second time. Uses Stegadons really, really well. Yeah, I think just both players played really well, and just Nerexa played a slightly bit better.
Yeah, yeah. The
And it's
value
literally the
generation
difference
from
of
Empire is just
27
so much.
points.
27 points, yeah. Like the points are close, but the values are much further apart. But that's Empire for you. It's
Well,
all about that
after
value.
18 minutes of the battle, sure.
Ending glory is yours.
That is a very, very good battle. Worthy of a quarterfinal. Okay, so we don't have any semi-final replays yet. Although it seems Serika and Tim just finished.
Yep. Okay, just announced the 11th place and the 9th place matches. So things are going according to the schedule.
Okay, let's dive into our first semi-final. Just give me a sec. Well, classic me. I made myself some medicine before the tournament, and I forgot to drink it. And I drank it and it was already.
Classic. Yeah, happens to me all the time.
I mean, usually it doesn't happen to me, but because I don't run tournaments all the time.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm in a tournament, that happens to me. I'll make myself a drink and forget it.
Alright, replay. Well, on the plus side, I drank it in one go now. Otherwise, I would be sipping it. Okay, Celestial Lake. Very nice map. And this is a best of 3. So whoever wins here isn't over. So we've got Supreme Sorceress. Probably of Death. Although... No, not of Death. What am I saying? Of Dark. Oh, not Dragon. Because that's the classic. Yeah, there we go. We have the Soul Stealer. By far the most efficient combo. 2 Masters on horseback. And we've got Dark Riders with shields. And a line of Bleak Swords. And a Bloodrock Medusa. Well, we'll see how that performs.
Oh.
It is a very good anti-infantry unit. But we've got the Shrieking Skyrace, yet another great unit, the Lamprey's Bite. Super strong. Blue Fire onto the Medusa. Decent damage. Yeah, almost 1,900. And almost 200 value. And here's the Lamprey's Bite. Worth 100 value as well. So they got the Scour Guts, so that's powerful ranged units, and another unit of Pink Horrors. Other than that, it's a mixed line of Marauders and Sangors. Some Murder Horsemen for skirmishing. And here's a unit of Chaos Fury Salmons to go after the Crows of Cain, or maybe after the Dragon. Yeah, wisely, Nerexa is running away with the Harpies, who can take a lot of damage, and just holding the Summoned Chaos Furies with the Dragon. The Dragon won't take any damage from it. Instead, Harpies are going after the Exalted Lord. Ping fire across Bleak Swords must have been overcast because it just took down half of them.
50%, yeah.
Yes, that's another 20% value cast, and Changebringers coming in. That's why I love Singe, just beautiful to look at.
Yeah.
And if it was the night
Very
environment, oh, that would be so much better. The fireworks. But the Crows of Cain are running away when they may rally. Changebringers now targeting Bleak Swords.
Yeah.
And not
And
much...
them.
Not much that Dark Elves can really do against them, isn't it? Lamprey's Bite.
It really isn't.
Oh, that's brutal. Team already 1,500 ahead.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, Singe specializes in skirmishes, especially when he can make the most use out of his barrier.
Yeah, the Changebringers are a very simplistic unit. They change your units from alive to dead.
Another pink fire, and that's another half a unit gone.
Oh, another half a unit. Jesus, this is so powerful. And this isn't even their full ranged firepower either, this is just a skirmishing phase.
This isn't even my final form.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think that Nerexa just absolutely needs to go in and start fighting, because otherwise, like, he's just doing cheap damage onto the barriers, but the barriers are just now regenerating.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus,
Yeah,
like in terms of
going.
just skirmishing power, which is what we are doing now, yeah, that Cinch wins massively.
Yeah.
Shrieking Skyra is also uncontested, defending the Changebringers. A good unit to deal with the Changebringers would be like repeating crossbows on Dark Riders. That Blood Reckoner is just being focused from every single angle. Souls that are coming in, but only hitting Sour Guts and maybe some Sangers, but they quickly run out of the AoE. Shrieking Skyra is like going after Dark Riders who are trying to flank. But they're really trying to flank, all most you can do is the Sour Guts. We're in the middle. Like, the Dragon has got a good engagement going for it. Point number 3, completely given up, or whatever else, or whatever was there just died. There's another unit of Dark Riders diving in. That's after Pink Horrors, undefended. 2 Masters are also on top of that. The Exalted Lord of Change is on the ground, so could be targeted by the Masters, but could also just fly up whenever they get close. Unless it's something that would prevent him, there we go, just like the Dark Riders over here, and Masters are going after the Exalted Lord. Maybe that will help turn it around. There's another Soul Stealer coming in. Very good cast, gonna heal the Sorcerers nicely. The Hellbrunai are coming in, so maybe point number 1 could be captured as its Cinch and Army tier 3 ability. But everything just ran away from it. I mean, mostly it was just hitting 1 unit of cavalry, really. As a single entities don't really care about such things. Changebringers did suffer some damage from something, maybe the Pain Harpies. But I don't really see any ranged units in, other than Medusas, I guess, in Serica's repertoire. Yet another good ranged unit to deal with it would be the Black Ark Corsairs with crossbows. But here we see just the regular variant. Now we've got the Murder's Prowess, but not necessarily the best time for it to come online, as not many units are engaged. But to be fair to that statement, not many units are alive in the first place. Bloodrun Medusa, good target, maybe the Murders with Siege, maybe the Sour Guts. It's a good angle though. And Siege on the other hand is summoning Centigors, a very powerful unit since a few patches.
Yeah.
And still nothing is really being done about it. They haven't received any nerfs, but they have been like heavily meta for quite a while.
Well, lack of testing.
Oh, this is testing. We're playing tournaments and telling CA the
Not
results.
to CA. Not to CA, apparently.
Well, to be fair to them,
Instead,
CA has listened to like the tournament player feedback, just usually with high delay, as we can see here. But it's still better than nothing, like in Arena.
yeah. Yeah, quite so. To be honest, most games just listen to their own guys, and they are not very good testers.
Or
Because
just
they have
listen
no
to
interest in
statistics.
understand it. Oh yeah, that's the worst. That is the worst. Like, come on. Like, in maths, there's a joke. There are 3 types of lies. Big lies, white lies, and statistics. And
Yeah,
you're
good.
just lying to yourself if you're just following statistics.
Yeah, but those Medusas just aren't
They just
having
got
good
wrecked.
days. Yeah, there were 2 Medusas and
wrecked.
both of them were absolutely focused.
Mm-hmm.
From blue fires
Yeah.
of Siege, the blue fires of Changebringers, the pink fires of Pink Horrors, everything.
Yeah, that was a problem. Yeah, I would send that Lord probably to finish off that Medusa, but this works as well. Just terror out them. Just
I
like
mean,
that,
it's
off of point
300
1.
HP, it's probably not coming back, and even if it is, as soon as it gets close, snipe it or something. I wonder where the change bringers are. I would like to look at their value, but I guess they were unsummoned. I don't think they were defeated because
I knew it.
there was nothing really able to hit them. But I think this was just a heavy mismatch. Dark Elves in general had units to deal with earlier opponents, but Sarika just seemingly didn't bring them at all, neither in the starting army nor in the reinforcements. And him just played spectacularly well. Sarika probably should have just rushed from the very beginning, instead of just taking the skirmish fire. Especially with abilities like Lamprey's Bite, which is extremely powerful, but is on a 90 seconds cooldown. So the sooner you rush in, but the sooner you rush in, the fewer Lamprey's Bites you will suffer.
Yes.
Or just kill the unit. But yeah, let's have a look. There's one Medusa here, everything is melee in here, and the reinforcements, yeah, more melee, melee, melee. But he did have repeater crossbows, he never summoned them, what the fuck? That was the perfect counter to like the change bringers and other stuff as well. The Lord as well. And the Lamprey's Bite, freaking Skyrim, just dive them. What if they were defended and, you know? So, I think that's a blunder of not summoning these units, because they would be very good in that situation. But then again, Alexa will disagree with me. But he lost, so there we go. Therefore my arguments are valid and his are not. Easy. Yeah, we've got the first replay from the other semi-final, so let's go there. But maybe I should update you on the bracket. There we go. That's what it looks like at the moment. The Berserk versus Alexander Nats. We are about to watch the first battle from this one. Tim is 1-0 up over Sarika for now, but it is a best of 3.
Yep.
So Sarika can still turn it around, take it to a tiebreaker at the very least. And there we go, 5th place match. Did these battles happen, or were they forfeits?
5th place match, so Pembroke was a forfeit. Opal Bear had the first one, but he had to go, so he forfeited the second one.
And give him at least one victory over here. That doesn't matter, but just give the guy that if you won a battle.
Now, here's the big question. 7th place match. They're both gone. Both had to go. So, what do we do?
I guess it's a tie, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it does say if you don't finish the tournament, you get 40% of the rewards. Yeah. So, we'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
They either both get 7th place or both get 8th place. Something to that effect. And we got F-Pod versus Lex Navigator and Son of Heaven versus Empty Empires. Okay. Let's go up to the upper bracket, the one we're focusing on. So there we go, that's the preview. And let's go back to the battle. This is the second semi-final, or this is the first semi-final. Berserk versus Alexander Nats, Lisman versus Tomb Kings. Now this isn't Cetra, this is the Hierophant Capep? Or is it just the regular? It's Art and the Black. They all look the same! Apart from Queen Khalida. But
yeah.
The other three guys, they look the same. Citra is like kind of bluish. I guess this guy is like, well, he's not black, he's like dark blue. Purplish, I don't know. I mean, imagine calling yourself black and not even being black. What the hell? Anyway. Sunmage Priest of Fire, Burning Head and Cascading Fire Cloak.
Okay, interesting choice.
So when you have like the AoE healing from the lore passive, I think that also gets reduced by 50% from this fire effect. No, wait. Oh, it's Cascading Fire Cloak, not the Sword of...
No.
Something.
That's why it's an interesting choice, because it's a defensive spell. I guess he's expecting his hero to be rushed.
It gives... the intensity. 29% armor piercing weapon damage, so maybe if you have like a high armor piercing damage value, like Feral Dreadsaurian... Yeah, here's 530 armor piercing, boosted by 29%, that's pretty nice. And she's just Giga Chad, walking up, straight up. And yeah, these guys are running away, it's the Tomb Guard and Skeleton Spearmen, they're just running away. Okay, so point number 3 is going to be our first skirmish. Skeleton Warriors mixed in with King Skirmishers. Ooh! We've got very interesting Tomb Kings in as well. That's a Bone Giant, double Bone Giant. Okay, very nice. So they could be very good at sniping the Dreadsaurian. How am I lagging though? Hello? This is Spear Lich on Cyrus Scar Veteran.
Good choice.
Yeah, he's not achieving much. He's done exactly 0 damage, even though he's mingled with the enemy units for quite some time now. He's trying to run away from there, so that's why. Yeah, Dreadsaurian in the meantime did manage to catch up to that Tomb Guard. Bone Giants, well, one of them did hit, and the other one hit the Tomb Guard. We also have the Eyes of the Desert Stalkers. They are a very good anti-large unit that could just focus fire, but they went into melee. I mean, they have armor piercing and anti-large melee stats, but the ranged attack is also extremely powerful. And there's another Bone Giant arrow landing at the Tomb Guard. Yeah, but that Dreadsaurian is not doing too well, all things considered. And the Eyes of the Desert, well, they did 500 damage to him, so not bad. But did they just stay back a little bit and just fired? Would have been much better. Ooh, double Bone Giant arrow, straight into the Dreadsaurian, into him, routing. We're pushing through. And here come chariots. Doing absolutely nothing. Coming into that mass. They're getting swarmed by the Terrarian Riders now, they're flying further. They're chasing the Eyes of the Desert, who are in turn chasing the Dreadsaurian. The Dreadsaurian will probably rally as long as the Eyes of the Desert are dealt with, and they're very low on HP. But we are getting close to the edge of the battlefield. Oh, they're just almost down. And there we go, the Red Saurian rallied despite the Stalkers being right behind him. The Bone Giants now focusing just the infantry blobs. There's the banishment from the Stun Mage Priest. Berserk haven't used much of his Winds of Magic just yet. Almost none of it. Just 10. That's one Burning Head he used. And there we go. Here's the second one. I mean, not a very good cast because these units were almost dead anyway. But it is a nothing. And yeah, Bone Giants are now focusing the Bastildon with Replication Crystal. It's a good target overall. You always want to remove the healers. And now the Replication Crystal still has 6 uses, each of them healing the target by 10%. So the Dread Saurian could massively benefit from it. The Bone Giants are slightly disrupted by the Service Scar veteran. Ark in the Black is going to answer that, but it's not a very good melee combatant at all. I guess should do fine, all things considered in that situation. But Berserk still firmly in control of point number 2 and point number 1. Point number 3, he will not flip. But the Red Saurian has come around. 4000 HP still in his pool. But he's not diving after the Bone Giants. I think he should have. Instead he was going after the Nekhala Horsemen. And the Bone Giants in turn will now try to snipe him. But they are being disrupted by the Replication Crystal Bastildon and some Threatened Riders. Speaking of that Replication Crystal, still 5 uses left to go. And it's 60 seconds cooldown. I wonder if it is available. But should definitely be invested into that Dread Saurian, with just 3000 HP now and on a rampage. And yeah, about to rout and now routed. And it's now getting away from the Replication Crystal, so it will be much harder to heal him. And he's again pretty close to the edge of the battlefield. The values are still very, very close. But not as close as Berserk would like to. Point number 1 or point number 2 on the match at all. Point number 2 actually, now with this 3 new units incoming. 2 Skeleton Warriors, Nekhala Warriors, and a Necrotect. A Necrotect can heal Bone Giants? Are they considered constructs? Yes, they are. So, the Necrotect can heal Bone Giants 2 times. The Bone Giants have done a good job so far, sniping the Red Saurian, who's now off the battlefield. And the Replication Crystal. It's definitely not over yet for Tomb Kings, and Berserk is saving up for something. Maybe he wants to bring back the Red Saurian. No, he's summoning something now. 2 units of Skin Cohorts. Necrotect just diving into the Salvage Warriors with shields. Also got some Croxigors, so these Croxigors, as soon as they get involved, they could just massacre the Necrotect. But they're not being committed, so Berserk is just not micromanaging them at the moment. In the meantime, I'm still like engaging in slight skirmishes around point number 3, but it is forcing Alexander to respond. There's another Burning Head. Very nice cast going across 4 units. Pretty lucky with how it turned into the last stint of Skeleton Warriors there as well. So very good cast there. With 1300 value on that Stun Mage Priest now. And the Necrotect can't really get close to the Bone Giants to heal them. Oh, there we go. Cascading Fire Cloak for the Croxigors who are surrounding the Necrotect. And there's another banishment. 2 units of Skeleton Warriors.
It's worth it.
Yeah, this one is on the underwhelming side. But still, maybe at this stage it is difficult to get a better punishment of. Oh, very nice forest there. Stopping both Bone Giants from hitting the Slum Age Priest. Strategically positioned inside that small forest. But keeping him safe. So instead they transition into trying to snipe the Croxigors. The Croxigors return from trying to remove the Necrotect. And they haven't done much damage there at all. But... oh, there we go. This is Dread Saurian back. Simon, point number 1. Maybe it wouldn't be flipped with just 2 units of Skeleton Spearmen with Savage Spears. But now it's definitely not being flipped. The Dread Saurian arrived. Very nice short work of these 2 units. But being summoned so far away from the rest of the engagements, also not necessarily optimal. But I guess Berserk is just going for holding onto these 2 points and just winning on points, as the battle in terms of value is very much equal for both sides, with a slight advantage to Berserk, but nothing to write home about. Purification Crystal, still alive, 2 users left. Does he start with 8 or 10? But either way, using so many of them is quite impressive. Especially since it is a 60-second cooldown. And he himself used it on the Feral Cold ones. Oh. Not too sure about that one. Could have used on himself. Would have been much better. But still is a much better unit than Feral Cold ones. Plus he's the healer. And on the Burning Head. This time hitting only the Skeleton Spearman. Being got terror routed by the Bone Giant, I guess. And another Spirit Leech onto the Slum Age Priest, but Slum Age Priest has a very good high pull of HP. And maybe like 6,500, it's not that big. Now Hour of Questle and Cascading Fire Cloak for the extra melee defense and armor. And even armor piercing damage, it's not else is going to count for much, but the Archon, I guess, quite in trouble now, surrounded by some units. Point number 2 has flipped, but pretty much at the same time, Berserk responds with flipping point number 3 against all odds with just a small force. It's 1 unit of skin cohorts and the rest are just barely alive units, but it was enough. Could still be overwhelmed. Like, sure, there is the Dread Saurian there, just massacring everything and not even taking any damage in return. But capture weight is still a thing, so maybe the Tomb Kings can win on that one. But given that there's only 25 seconds left until Berserk wins on points, I don't think much can change. Point number 3 is not even flipping back in Tomb King's favor, not even after the Nekahara horsemen are coming back. So now that these units are getting routed, it would flip, but not within 5 seconds. And not all 3 within 5 seconds, that's for sure. And that's a victory for Berserk. And I need to investigate the lags. Why am I lagging so much? Like I was never before.
Okay, I updated the bracket. there are some interesting developments.
Well, all I see is another semi-final replay. Okay. Oh yeah, let's go back to team versus Serica. Team is leading 1-0 after that glorious Siege versus Dark Elves victory. Now he's bringing Skaven yet again versus Nurgle. And we're playing on Terracotta Graveyard, which is a new map. A very fresh one, just developed by Waka Waka. It is a pretty good map. There's only a few things I would change about it.
Okay, all the games are currently ongoing, so I can get back to commentating.
Cool.
Oh, that's interesting. We've got some Vanguard deployments.
Yeah,
Very
so
cool.
they're good. No, it's not Vanguard, it's actually just regular one, just so far back. But it's on the other side. So there's a much more of an elevation here than I initially thought.
Yeah.
So this is just a massive hill, and this is just downhill. So it looks like next is just going to go grab a 3 number 3.
Yep.
Whereas point number 1 and 2 will be heavily contested. Point number 2 just barely not grabbed. Miscalculated there. Having to go back for a little bit to finally capture it.
Serica saw that, so he is coming in to intercept.
I'm not lagging now, let's go.
That makes the Skaven line move forward towards point 1.
Yes, I guess once again we see just massive amount of Skaven slave slingers, some Night Runners as well. But, as a wise man once said, just walk forward, lol.
Woeful tidings! The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Yet another exchange of capture points.
I am curious though, on the top, the values seem to be bugged.
The foe's victory point.
Which
Is
values?
it?
I think everything's fine.
Oh, I see.
I still don't quite get these Marauders staying so far back. Like, why?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the Goon Squad charging in. is the Exalted Hero of Nurgle ×2 plus a Sorcerer Lord. And these Knight Runners already half out of ammunition.
The enemy
200
has captured one
value.
of your victory points. Take
Oh.
it back.
I guess not bad. And point number 2 just
No.
immediately flipped. So I'm not sure it was all worth it in the end.
Do the Nurgle heroes have their healing? No, they don't. Okay.
So, Nerexa is opting more for a build-up strategy, I see. He's waiting around, has 2.4k
Yeah, seems like it.
value in the pocket. He has that Regiment of Renown of Wrath Knights, I believe. Not sure that would be the unit he needs, given what Tim has brought. Probably just Chaos Furies, Chaos Warhounds, cheap and fast.
Yep.
Just overwhelm him, just introduce Chaos, plus Nurglings, just to soak up damage, tie up the infantry in melee. Nurgle has lots of very good, efficient, cheap options that are kind of perfect counters to Skaven. Over 3000 value now. The Marauders have moved up a little bit through the forest onto some better positions. Team not being able to do much damage. Still dealing some. 382 as we see. But it is pretty much negligible. Team dipping in, trying to get point number 3. In his position, given that he wants to kite, getting the points, just any points, just to delay the enemy, is very much worth it. Given that once the kiting starts, he will give up all 3 points.
Woeful
So the more points he can
tidings.
get early,
The enemy has captured
and
one
the
of
more
your
points he
victory
can deny
points.
from the
Take
enemy,
it back.
the better. Serikan at 4000. Still saving. Oh, there we go. Reinforcements have arrived. And it's a bunch of Pestigors,
Mm-hmm.
more Pestigors, and some Marauders.
Yeah, good choice, good choice.
And maybe some Chaos Chiefs. I don't know if those are the ones that were circling around or was it one salmon. I think it's a salmon one because it's circling around. It was this. Alright, so now with a huge push, trying to surprise the enemy, but on the other hand, all these reinforcements came from a single point. So now they're very much focused on a single point instead of spreading out and hitting the enemy from multiple directions, which is what you want when you have the overwhelming melee advantage. And now, as you can see, a single unit of Clownguard Spears is holding back 4 units of Pestigors. Some of them could go around, but just aren't. So that's not really what you're looking for in cases like these. These Marauders are, I guess, positioning themselves to go past the defenses, but are not getting microed and now are getting diverted. No, they will be diving in after all. Chaos Furies have picked up a unit of Skaven Slave Slingers in the backline. And there's a massive spell coming down here, but I wonder what it is. Cleansing Ruin. AoE direct damage. Pretty good one on 2 units of Pestigors, Plague Tolls of Nurgle, some orders and Nurglings as well.
Has been destroyed.
And point number 2 not even being flipped in favor of Nurgle. And yeah, team's front lines just holding. I don't think his ranged units have anything to do with it. Like, they're so useless and negligible in this sort of engagements. It's just, some of them are even here in the melee.
Yeah, that's just unnecessary.
Yeah, Night Runners with 85 value in melee and almost full ammunition. But what matters is actually their capture weight. over here. So are the Skaven just stat checking Nurgle somehow? Is this what's happening? Well, either way,
Your units has been destroyed.
whatever is the case, Nerexa just absolutely failed to punch through the Skaven front line.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the spellcasts. Where's the spellcaster? Warlock Engineer. Yeah, 1300 value, sorry. That's probably from a single, maybe double Flensing Ruin. Yeah, that's pretty huge.
I don't get why he brought
Here's
the
another one.
Warp Gale, though. There are very few flyers in Nurgle roster. I mean, I guess it's cheap, so might as well. You know, in case he brought drones or Furies. Yeah.
What the Furies are there? Yeah, but it is quite painful to watch from Nurgle's perspective. Although, like, from perspective of factions, I dislike both Nurgle and Skaven.
Yeah.
So, insert, I just hope both teams lose. Meme.
I don't care who wins, I want both of them to lose.
Yeah, as far as players, Nerexa and Tim are both good friends, so also not having a favorite in here, but what I would like is a more even match, because this is quite one-sided. And not very excited. We're 2.5 minutes away from Tim's victory, which very much seems inevitable. But the Rex is still not giving up. Still summoning some units. Just look at these Skaven slaves everywhere, just plugging in. Well, they're there to plug in any gaps, if there were any gaps in the first place, but there really aren't. Yeah, the kiting strategy never caught on, because it was never necessary, because the front line never collapsed.
Units has been destroyed.
Yeah.
But again, the ranged
That's
units
true.
themselves
You have been
also kind of did
bested.
fuck all. Although the
There
Night
is only
Runners,
defeat.
they seem
Yeah.
to be bringing good value, so there is that. Unlike the Skaven Slave Slingers. 200 value. I mean, they cost 200, so that one is good actually. These are the Night Runners. 400 value, 300 value. Red Ogre, Storm Vermin. These Storm Vermin did very well. And the caster, yeah, the Warlock Engineer, look at that. A few Flensing Ruin casts, 2.8k value.
Wow.
And I've got Doom Flyers. Yeah, they also went on a rampage.
Yep. Well played.
Yikes. Okay, well, that means teams advances to the grand final, where Serica drops down to the third place match. And let's see the second semi-final between Berserk and Alexander Nats. Berserk is leading 1-0 in this one. And this time he's bringing Slanesh versus Vampire Coast. And yet another legendary lord matchup between Zigvald the Magnificent and Clyostra the Direfin. Not the Direfin, just Direfin, I think. That's like her surname. Look at that. Caster of Shadows. Or Berserk. And just a bunch of Marauders and the Mirror Guard, which are like a personal guard of Prince Sigvald. So points there for thematic army composition, and they're right on top of him, so very thematic. And there we go. As long as they're close to a Lord of a hero, they get plus the melee defense. There we go. Supreme Vanity. Very Sigvald thing. Okay, well, just a bunch of Marauders, I guess. So nothing much to analyze here, and we've got a bunch of zombies, because what else? On the side of Vampire Pirates, but we've got Colossal Direfin on a Leviathan, is that what it is? A giant ugly crab. Or, it's not a crab. A lobster? I guess it's a lobster. We've got some gunnery mob.
Yeah, it's a lobster.
Well, that was
We have a victory point. Keep
nice
it
spell,
from
wasn't
the
it?
foe.
Whatever.
What was it? The whip?
No, the bombardment spell.
Oh, yeah, it's a Slanesh. I think it's an army ability. Oh, if it's the bombardment, the broken glass thing. Strange use, but okay. I prefer the whip.
Well, Chrysler diving in, already racking up 200 value while taking almost 0 damage in return, even though she dove into spears. Good job, I guess. So power gunnery mob just getting... and summoning rocking Prometheans. Nice. And these guys are just getting some shots. 100 value before even getting engaged in melee, so that's pretty good. And there's another bombardment.
That's a pretty nice looking bombardment. It didn't do much.
Well, there are depth guards with polearms over here. Sigvald is going to take them on. He's pretty good at these sort of targets. Could go after Clyostra, but Clyostra is much faster, has much more weight. Get it? She's fat.
Yeah.
Anyway, the zombie lines are engaging the Slanesh lines. And looks like zombies are just straight up winning. And we've got Seeker Chariots, so these gonna plow through the zombies. Alternatively, the zombies' mass is going to stop them or bog them down.
Pit of Shades.
Pit of Shades into Depth Guard. Depth Guard is by far the strongest unit that Vampire Pirates have available with their passive. No, that's passive. It's the hunger, so they need to be in melee.
Yeah. Yep, it's in melee regeneration.
But still, it is pretty potent. That unit is very, very powerful, and once you fight them, you need to kill them quickly because of that ability. I don't know, they're just like kind of barely engaged with Sigvald, so they're technically in melee, but not really, so they're just healing without taking any damage. And that's pretty good for them. And there's another ability. Are you sure that's an army ability? That's very spawnable, and one of them was used like at the very, very beginning. But I guess it must be, because again, they have a Shadow Caster. Oh, maybe it's the Rod of Torment. That would make sense. It must be that. No, it's the one use. And that is the other one. Oh, they have a caster of Slanesh as well. And there's Pavane of Slanesh. A very good spell. So yeah, they have two casters and both of them have Rod of Torment. They're just spamming that, and there's another Pit of Shades into another Depth Guard unit. Catching some zombie units as well at the same time, so another very, very good cast. Yeah, that value on the Sorcerer of Shadows, very good, very respectable. Point number 1, in control of Tomb King, not Tomb Kings, but Vampire Pirates. Where did that come from? But it's just the Voter Marauders. And this is the Lamprey's Revenge, the Roughing Prometheans Gunnery Mob. Another very good unit. summoned, so we'll see what Berserk will try to do about that. The Seeker Chariots so far haven't really brought in any significant value. The Seekers of Slanesh, on the other hand, much better. But now they have attacked Depth Guard with polearms. They lower their morale, but not quite to the breaking point. So they won't start disintegrating. Ooh, Clyostra almost killed the Slaneshi sorcerer. And I don't think Paveno Slanesh was summoned a single time. And there are the damn knights around, summoned by Clyostra. It has the one, Ghosts of the Past ability. And they've got 500 value already, that's pretty good. And still have some time until they get banished. Not much though left, and there's only good charge into spears in that short time period. Maybe go after the Seeker Chariots, could just run away though, but looks like they're going after that. And never mind. They got summoned. Yes, they still did pretty well. For summoned unit for 500 value, yeah, that's pretty good.
They did, but just about to charge. You.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. The Roving Promethean Salmon, but point number 1 has been flipped in favor of Berserk, and he now controls all 3 points. He is almost at halfway point as well in terms of victory points. And the Lamprey's Revenge, I mean, okay, it wasn't looking too good, but in terms of value, they've done a lot. Sorry. Massively traded up so far. But they still have a lot of enemies to kill. And they will very much need some support. And support is coming in form of 2 units of zombies. But well, zombies tend to be very, very slow. Gunnery mobs here versus the Seeker Chariots. Actually managing fine. The chariots are very much underwhelming. Only 800 though, so they're not that expensive. But still, you would expect more from the chariots. Now banished by the Scurvy Dogs. The Warriors of Slanesh though, very good engagement here because they're keeping them away from the point, which would have flipped under the capture weight of these 3 units. But as long as they're being held away from the point, Berserk still gets the benefit of it. And is getting very, very close to victory in 3.5 minutes. Point number 2, capture weight wise, is slowly flipping towards the Vampire Coast, although they don't really have the strength around it to capitalize on it and finalize the capture. And the Lamprey's Revenge just lost half HP while dealing maybe like 200, 300 value. So that second part of the engagement of the trade in value wasn't as good as it was before. And the zombies, as soon as they arrived, they're just getting obliterated by the Demonettes. They are very powerful anti-infantry units.
Yeah.
They are armor piercing, but it's not like there's much armor to pierce on some zombies. But that's just their fast damage output is what makes them really good in this situation. But what makes them bad in this situation is the lack of their own armor, which the zombie pirate gunnery mob can capitalize on. But with 2 units overlapped on one another, they're going to interrupt each other's shots. And in turn, made the firepower very much underwhelming. Point number 2 almost captured by the Vampire Coast. Point number 3 has been captured by 2 units of Scurvy Dogs, who have now transitioned over to point number 2, bringing the capture weight as well up to 6 points for Vampire Coast. So that's a double cap for Vampire Coast, but it needs a triple. And well, the Demonettes at half HP. Forsaken have moved away from the point, and some animated hawks incoming. It's not impossible. The values are very, very much equal. So it is still anyone's game. So point number 2 flipped, but now with Slaneshi advantage over there. Trying to get back. Seavolt in a classic fashion, pretty much full HP. But, unlike usually, this time Sigvald is doing quite some damage. He found a good target, which is a single target. That's what he needs to do. Can't fight infantry because he just won't have damage output that he needs. But fighting a large monster is kind of perfect for him.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Well, I was just hyping up how it was super close, and now we get this. Okay. Well, point number 3 was about to be brought back for Slanesh. I still think it wasn't over, so I'm quite surprised by Alexander Nuts just giving up here. It was a good, close, equal battle.
I mean, Berserk had the 3 points for a long time.
Sure, but like we've seen much worse one-sided battles that haven't been given up, and this one was very much up in the air, I believe. And if you don't believe in yourself and in your skill to bring that back, you know, as the saying goes, you won't win unless you try. And this guy just kind of didn't try. Well, whatever. That concludes our semifinals, both ending in 2-0 victories. So, we've got the classic. This is exactly how we ended the 13th anniversary tournament as well, with the Berserk versus Tim final, and it ended in a 3-2 victory for Tim. This time around, I'm hoping for the same. Not necessarily for Tim's victory, but I'm hoping for 5 battles.
Yeah.
I think Serica also took 3rd place in that tournament.
I believe so.
Except Berserk had that legendary run of losing in the first round and then winning every single battle in the lower bracket, and it was a 2 days long tournament as well. We have long forgone the 2-day tournament format, as we were going towards more sustainability, I guess.
Yeah.
And just, you know, player comfort, because it was a huge commitment. So
I'm
even more grateful to the players who did commit to that back in the day, a year ago. But well, 3rd place match is Serica versus Alexander Nats. From what I've seen from Alexander Nats, he did play 2 pretty good battles against Berserk. Won his quarterfinal and won his round of 16 match as well.
Yep. Now, Serica had dropped on the final, so he is taking 4th place instead.
Well, that's underwhelming.
It is. I asked him if he was sure, but apparently he does not want to deal with the double Sphinx.
Which is Bantum Kings?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a solution. Regardless, he needed to drop, so that was his choice.
With Bantum Kings. That's why we have bans. We've always had bans. He knows this. I guess the reason is different. Ah yes, Berserk using the classic. Well, that leaves us for being hyped for the final.
Yep. It does.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, it is best of 5, yeah, sure. Did I get it correct? Yeah, they did get correct. Yes. Yeah, so my fault, I was doing that. And I just forgot to switch. I guess there's no point in fixing it now. They got the correct link and everything, so that's fine. So let's get a draft on the screen. And did they start the battle? Restart. I guess we start Ed, that means. Well, Serka is doing his best to blame CA for dropping out. And that just brings bad memories from Total War Arena, where people were telling me, no, look, I'm not playing anymore. It's not because like SUNTZU isn't fun, quite the contrary or something, right? Like you guys great, but the game is just not doing it for me, right? I was like, what could I do better? Right? I was like, yeah, you can do better, you're doing fine. Just the game's bad.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck. What am I supposed to do from that position? But now they're saying really good luck, have fun, unless they are in like deployment phase, and they said it at the end of the deployment phase. Whatever, so we are just now waiting for a replay. So in the meantime, we could get that missing replay from the round of 16.
There's one in 5th place. If you,
yeah, but
have that.
You've hit that.
No, I just closed the thread. Just scroll down to older posts.
Yeah, but if you didn't close them, I would have had them like displayed there, and now it's like so difficult to do.
When that happens, I have to scroll 3 times more to over the threads that are closed. Like those matches are done. So we've got a 5th place match. We've got a 5th place match replay.
No, I'm getting around 16.
Alright. We got a semifinal.
We can get no semifinal. We've done all of them, so we can get like the entire upper bracket, I guess.
Yep.
That's the one. That's Son of Heaven versus Opal Bear Black. And we'll go into the draft of the finals before we go into the first battle of the finals. Right. Always appreciate the night environment. Looks crispy. We got Plague-Ridden of Death with classic Fate of Buna plus Spirit Leech combo. Sometimes just the Spirit Leech for the cheap spell. We've got Tamurkhan, the Maggot Lord, Nurgle's favorite son, the Black Cleaver. Pestering Stooges, the Regiment of Renown. And that's about it, so I guess quite an elite army. It's gonna cost 2,000, 1.5, 1.8. Oh, also Chosen of Nurgle. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was like, that's a little bit... not enough money. Too little, there we go. Anyway, Beastman, going quite wise, and he goes with throwing axes that are piecing ammunition. Quite good for Chosen of Nurgle, for example, although they do have 60% missile block chance. Turning around to face the throwing axes Centigores. So got 3 units of Minotaurs, including the Butchers of Kalkingrad. One's with great weapons, the other one is the regular one, so anti-infantry and anti-large combined. American coming in. He's so fat that he's considered large. Very fat. Yeah, here come the Minotaurs with great weapons. Nurgle's favorite sign coming in as well to decrease the damage taken. He's turning around. No, he's not turning around, he's just taking them up. You know, where? Stopping the enemies right in front of the Festering Studio so they could throw their whatever it is that they throw up into the air. Also got Ungol Riders all the way around, focusing. The Festering Stooges absolutely wrecking them. They have only 35% armor, 20%, 35 armor, and no shields. And look at the value on these guys, immediately skyrocketing. Oh, yeah. Tamurkhan also just getting wrecked by a single unit of Minotaurs, so very good engagements across the board for the Beastmen. We've got Minotaurs over here, and we've got the Rotting Riders summoned as well, so they're anti-large, so they are a very good matchup against the Minotaurs. So should go, this engagement should go in favor of Nurgle overall. But now we've got Riders switching their focus over to that flank. Maybe not so much anymore. And looks like the Rotting Riders are also transitioning over, trying to save Tamurkhan. That's Butchers of Kalkingrad also engaged in there. The Plague-Ridden just flying about, trying to find some good targets for his spells. 11 winds of magic at the moment for use, so at most it's a Spirit Leech. On the other side we have a Great Brave Shaman of Wild with Traitorkin, which can be used. It has enough winds of magic, and Traitorkin over here would be absolutely massive. Point number 2, the last one in Nurgle's control, about to be lost to Beastmen as well, and they'll have a triple cap. And there we go. Tamurkhan still somehow staying alive. The Festering Studios also held quite some time, considering just how massively focused they were at the very beginning. Butchers of Kalkingrad, on the other hand, and the other Minotaurs, they died quite quickly. Maybe it was the Rotting Riders coming in for help. They did 1,000 value, but they themselves cost 2.4. Well, not necessarily great trade on value over there, but now they have broken through the Beastman front line and into the enemy archers. But these archers also have managed to rack up massive values. great use of the archers overall by the beastmen, which you don't see often. But in terms of elite armies, where the archers are not very much pressured by the masses of infantry, that's where they shine. So the Sendigors are throwing axes. Focusing murders is not exactly what they're meant for. Focusing Tamarkan or maybe the Plague Ridden would have been the preferred targets. The Rotting Riders are about to die. You have the regeneration, but it won't save them from the onslaught of Sentigors. Point number 2 has been regained by Nergal. But just looking at the values, Nergal is massively behind. We shouldn't have even been allowed to take point number 2 back in the first place, but well, probably not going to hold onto it for long. Beastmen are taking their time. Many units have rallied in the back, are waiting for new orders to return to the battlefield, to the front lines. What if it's Chosen of Nergal? Chosen are just going to be held back by it a little bit. And the capture weight is something to consider. Spirit Leech, all of the Brave Shaman of Wild. Still need a few more Spirit Leeches to get him off the battlefield. Stamurkan is almost dead. And there's a Traitor Kin coming. That'll help to speed up his demise. KSU is coming in to try to help him, save him from the Sentigors, and the KSUs are doing absolutely amazing against Sentigors with that rear charge. And there we go, they're routed. Tamarkan with 400 HP, still very alive. Butchers of Karkandrat are still going at him, punching him back. Oh, he's unbreakable. Okay, I was wondering how the hell is he not running away? I guess being unbreakable helps. But he doesn't have any healing capabilities other than the Children of Nergal passive of the lore. Never mind, he doesn't have it because the Plague Ridden is the caster of death. There we go, casting another Spirit Leech, I believe, or the Brave Shaman plus the Chaos Furies. There we go, Tamarkan has finally went down. Some random Ungur Spearman. And Plague Ridden is about to follow his master to the grave. Now disintegrating. Or being, I don't know, unstable. So they've banished. There we go. Where's the Shaman is still kicking. See if the Chaos Furies can get him off the battlefield or not. The Chaos Furies are disintegrating themselves, and that's a victory for Beastmen, which you saw coming. But pretty cool battle. So I'm glad that we got to show it on stream. Still waiting for grand final, but I guess they started like 15 minutes ago, so should be getting one soon. So let's show the draft.
We got ones for 9th place match.
Oh, we got 5th place as well. Could go for that in the meantime.
Okay, yep, we've got more replays for 5th place match. We've got our 9th place match results as well. Looks like we are slowly finishing it up.
Yeah, I'm downloading all the replays at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Oh, looks like
We're
the
probably
first
not
grand
going
final
to
game
watch
is finished.
all of them, but we're gonna
Yeah.
get to it.
Yep.
I mean, you usually watch final and third place match simultaneously. So I guess this time around we can just watch the 5th place match instead. Alright, so since we have the first replay of the finals, we're gonna get right to that. But before we get right to that, we're gonna watch the draft. Okay. Wood Elves are the first ban. We usually see this against Serica, but I guess Wood Elves have been buffed quite significantly in the recent patches. Him himself banning Singe and Beastman, so just top tier factions are getting removed. Maybe removing that
Makes sense.
toxic gameplay that Serica has been talking about. Kislev. We'll see if Tomb King's gonna get banned. And there we go, there's the Tomb King's ban. There we go, no double Necros Fangs toxic gameplay. We neither a Berserker team nor team. And Dwarves to finish it off, the recent DLC faction. I mean, technically Thunder Badge could be used. But anyway, Lizardman as the first pick, a very popular faction so far in this tournament. And they've pretty much just always been meta. And Skaven. We've never really seen Skaven being played. And now suddenly Tim is picking them all the time. Valuing them so high as to even be his first pick. An Empire with Elsbeth and Steam Tanks. That's just a very obvious choice. I'm kinda surprised Berserk didn't go for it. And speaking of Lizardman, that used to be a signature team faction, where he would use his double salamander combo. But that was a year ago, in the 13th anniversary tournament, and obviously the meta and the game itself through patches has evolved quite a lot. Demons of Chaos and Nurgle, very much Berserk factions. And then High Elves, they aren't very popular. They've always been considered like mid-tier to low-tier faction. But in certain scenarios, they could be a very good counter. But maybe they are being brought as a counter to Lizardman in Nargo. Either way, we've got Greenskins, who just got 2 new units. There we go, Khorne, the most cultured faction of them all. No ranged units. And no magic.
Well, they do have Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. That's about it.
We've got Sword of Khorne.
Yeah, there's that too.
Which so far in this tournament has 50% accuracy.
Yeah.
On Vampire counts. Finish it up. Let's see what Tim brings as his last choice. Dark Elves is still up there. Grand Cafe as well. Norska as well. Vampire Coast. Never been a fan of Vampire Coast. It also reflected how long it was. Yeah. They banned map number 3 and map number 7, whichever it is. Map number 3 was gross. Oh, come on, that's the best map. Like, yeah, I've recently rewatched a tournament. I just don't remember which one it was, but it was Berserk versus Team Final. It was the 5th battle. And it says quite low that I don't know which tournament it was. Maybe it was the 13th anniversary one. But we've had an epic battle on the Grove of Slaughter. It was the 5th battle. That could have been the 13th anniversary, I think. Anyway, we've got the Grove of Slaughter. It's 2-2, it's tiebreaker, and the battle goes down to like the difference of a few points. And it was absolutely back and forth, and Berserk just barely lost it. So that was epic. One of the best battles we've had in the entire SUNTZU League. So just hoping we're gonna get more of these through this match, and we're about to get into that. Vampire Coast, the last pick of Berserk versus High Elves. And Berserk actually first pick Vampire counts, as in he was the first one to pick his faction for this match. And then Team countered with High Elves. Alright, so we've got Archmage of Life on a Dragon. Well, that's pretty standard. We've got Awakening of the Will and Earthblood, so 2 cheap spells, 1 damaging, 1 healing. And obviously the lore passive that is going to heal everybody across the map. But Hex rates, not a fan of this unit. It always dies super fast, even though Ethereal is just such a trap. Like, yeah, 55% physical resistance, but...
Yeah, but like everything and their grandma has magical attacks these days.
Well,
Like
That's
back in Warhammer 1, sure, magical attacks were much more rare, but now every other unit comes with magical attacks.
Look at
We
Starskir's
have
always such a
victory
base map.
point. Keep it
Look at
from
these
the foe.
trees. Ooh, dragon has landed. Gonna get attacked by a dire pack, which fails to do any damage to the dragon,
Yeah,
obviously.
takes damage instead. Yeah.
Bit more damage from the archers, rather. Even Seagull got hit by something, probably by a spell, as Mantra is
Yeah.
flying around, and not on a dragon, but on a Pegasus. Or like, whatever is
Oh, makes
the
sense.
undead equivalent of it. Or is it in Harry Potter? Testrals? Maybe it is a Testral.
Yeah,
Just on the
that's a
Pegasus,
great
probably.
idea because he has a much smaller hitbox this way. But the vampire counts are controlling 2/3 of the map. So
That's
while
Raised
they're not,
Dead, and Gaze of Nagash, Spirit Leech, Fate of Buna, and Evocation May 5 spells.
all the
That is
classics,
very uncommon though.
it is
There's
very
so many
uncommon.
spells.
But
Well, you can raise Dead on top of enemy ranged units.
mhm.
Gaze of Nagash. Why would you bring Gaze of Nagash if you have Spirit Leech though? The Gaze of Nagash just has slightly longer range, but like maybe sniping the dragon. That's about it. Well, Tim is using his skirmishing power of Valyrian River archers. Somewhat of a good effect so far. Hex-Rays have just been taking damage for free. It's chasing away the Valyrian River archers, but the infantry push hasn't really been facilitated at the same time by it. That was a big explosion, I don't know what it was. Must have missed something. Or maybe it was the Gaze of Nagash. That would make sense. The dragon used one of its breaths. And there we go, that's another one. But on skill of Spearman, the type of the zombies. Maybe Corpse Caravan would be a better idea. Or maybe the Hex Rates. Although Hex Rates could probably just easily dodge that. The team has a massive amount of ranged units who just got charged by Blood Knights. Without even any prior melee infantry engagements. That's another Gaze of Nagash. So I guess when aimed at a correct angle, which is quite easy for Manfred to get to with his 105 speed, it can be a very effective spell. And yeah, Blood Knights got quite deep, together with Dire Pack and the Hex Rays, who just immediately get obliterated.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen that unit so many times, and not a single time it did well.
Has it ever been good?
And
Yeah.
it doesn't look like it's going to be any different this time around.
Yeah.
The Blood Knights, though, they did manage to get some nice damage out of the archers, and now that facilitates further infantry push, but not all infantry is pushing. Half of it is staying back. The Corpse Guard isn't here to heal up his allies, so I'm not necessarily a fan of Berserk's tactics in here. As, like, why would you dive in with half of your army and the other half is just staying back and staring at the other half die? So yeah, not necessarily the best, and it is somewhat reflected in the value as Tim is just massively winning at the moment.
Yeah.
Although that is the nature of a heavy ranged build. There's another Gaze of Nagash. As it gets a lot of value early on, and then just drops off once the ranged units start getting into melee, start wasting its ammunition, etc, etc. Down to half HP himself as well. Probably just from all the archers present everywhere around. There's raised dead in the middle of melee units for some reason. Instead of like on top of archers over here, for example. But in the other half of the army, still standing back. The corpse guard has been sent in, but without the infantry. So I'm really just confused at what I'm seeing. On the other hand, it's quite a berserk thing to do. To just kinda randomly drop the quality of his gameplay. I don't know.
Well, maybe he's just tired. I mean, fatigue is a major component in these tournaments.
He played 3 battles before this one.
Yeah, 8 battles, each one of them taking roughly half an hour, so roughly 4 hours straight.
3, not 8.
Oh, okay, it's 3 hours.
No, 1.5. Anyway, most of the tournaments are much longer, so 3 battles is not much.
Still, or could be fatigue, could be something else, but yeah, he did get a bye in the first one. Then his opponent.
I mean, he's also our top leader in terms of SUNTZU League points.
Yeah.
Overtook team by participating and getting 3rd place in the previous tournament, I think.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
3rd place is 2nd place. Well, it was a Conquest tournament, so I guess team... I think team would have participated, but he just couldn't at that date, I think.
Yeah. Could be. You know, we were still experimenting with formats.
Well, he doesn't have. Oh, well, I guess it was an experiment back then.
Yeah.
But here comes the Air of Blood for a dragon who is full HP. Or almost, he is now full HP. All the archers focusing the Vargeists, which are a big threat. The Hex rates have been re-summoned. I guess they're doing slightly better now. But it is the amount of idle units. The White Kings haven't done much. Whatever it's pronounced. Yes, Capscraft. The birth abilities, which are quite devastating, especially when aimed well.
Yeah.
For example, here.
I mean, at this point, I think the winner becomes a lot clearer with the values getting further and further apart.
Actually, I don't think they are getting further. Well, team just summoned 2,000 worth or something. But I didn't see it. But it was 9,000 just before. Anyway, it was like 4,000 or 5,000 difference. Now it's just 3. But still. Although, you know, all things considered, actually we haven't taken a look at this, because Team was just so overwhelmingly winning and I was just confused at what the hell Berserk is doing. He's still holding onto 2 points. Although, it's probably not gonna hold on to point number 2 for much longer. The capture weights are pretty much equal, just 0.7 difference, and now it's getting a little bit more. There's a unit of crane rates. Once again coming in. Scaring off the Illyrian Reaver Archers and War Lions of Trace. Oh, now the value is quite overwhelming. 4 High Elves, so they're going to take the middle point. But that's not going to be enough. Him needs a triple cap, and given that he has 3,500 of advantage, to be more than achievable.
Yeah.
And it is already being achieved. But still, Berserk just needs 1 point. He's gonna lose his only point at the moment. But as long as he can regain 1 point within a minute, or half a minute, he will still only need to hold on to one of those points. Going the crane race, but it's going to be too little too late. Well, it's actually flipped back into his favor. There's another unit of rangers coming in. So unless Berserk can reinforce point number 3 with something very, very quickly, it is going to be recaptured. X rates or crane rates. Now we're leaving the point. Is it another gaze on Nagash? Yes it is, and it hit a tree. Yeah, this one wasn't aimed well at all. Manfred diving down, trying to save the point, but it was taken. And now Berserk summons 3 units of zombies at that, so they're gonna take a while. 4 units actually. So he's trying to get point number 3 and hold on to it. But with his forces failing around point number 2, he will be able to divert more and more forces towards point number 3. And these zombies are going to make it fast enough. On the point number 3, one of them even stopped walking. Well, says it's running. Anyway, he's not gonna get there quickly enough. So that he will need a double cap for just a little bit. With point number 1 wide open, summon 1 unit of dire wolves and cap it, as long as Team doesn't realize. But it is a possibility, and I would like to see Berserk try. And even then, just summoning 1 cheap unit would divert some forces away from Team as well, to try to get control of point number 1 back. But point number 3 doesn't look like it, and he was almost caught up in points to Berserk already. So yeah, double cap is definitely a necessity right now for Berserk, as we are wondering if even 1 cap is possible at this stage. The zombies are about to make it in. I'm gonna bring some capture weight, but even more, just lots of cavalry units from Team are coming in, and Berserk gives up. Yeah, but just a massive misplay at the beginning, just leaving half of the army back. Yeah, it just didn't make any sense. Dragon 2.4, Manfred 1.3. You've heard how much spells, how much of Gazes of Nagash he spammed?
Yeah.
That isn't too good. If you just...
No, it is not.
For example, if you just used, what is it, Spirit Leech on the Dragon.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same Winds of Magic. I think it's 6 versus 8.
Yeah.
That would be way more value, and the Mage probably would have been off the battlefield.
But I think both players played quite well.
No,
it is a very nice match to watch.
Berserk fucked up big time, come on.
He did. He did, but it is still a good battle that I enjoyed watching.
For me it was painful and awkward at the same time. Anyway, they're gonna go into their second battle. It looks like they started a few minutes ago. But before we get a replay from them, it's gonna be a while, so in the meantime we're going to watch a 5th place match.
Okay. We also have a replay from 11th place.
Oh, let's go 5th place. So that's Chimbambu versus Dr. Jellyfish. We've got Ogre Kingdoms versus Vampire Coast once again. Very popular faction suddenly. I'm wondering
I wonder
what
why.
happened. I don't remember any big patch notes concerning them.
Yeah,
And suddenly they're back in favor. Ogre Kingdoms, though, they have fallen down in priority. Used to be like a unwinnable matchup for almost everybody. Okay, I was wondering, where did the value go if all of you see is Noblars? It's Hunter, Missile Specialist, on top of a Stonehorn, I believe it's called. Either way, giant I don't know, because a bull mixed with a gorilla. Okay, we're on the Great of Waldorf. Wait. There have been changes to this map. This used to be all forest in here. And now it's a cut down forest. Or it's actually graves this time around. Some interesting changes to the map. It's much more open in the middle. You could bring some artillery in here.
Have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
And well, neither side opted for it, although we do have some lead belchers. That's like half artillery.
So what do you think the overall strategy of the Vampire Pirates are going to be? So we know Ogres have got some really good value units, and they're bringing in the big monsters. But what is the deal with Vampire Coast?
They do have depth guard with pole arms that is diving after Noblars instead of trying to go for the Hunter. The Hunter has just now been spotted. But I don't think he has talk or anything. Yeah, there must have been spotted way earlier, so they knew about him. They have zombie pyros with pole arms, but they wouldn't rely on that much, because they have a bunch of shooting units in the repertoire in general. So yeah, the big ass monsters, the hunters are on. Not necessarily the best idea to bring against vampire pirates. As all of these flat arc projectiles are going to be pretty good against such opponents. On the other side, we have lead belchers operating some fire, but again, Hunter is probably running the main show. We got the Troll Guts caster to heal the hunters. And here we have Depth Guard with pole arms going after the hunter. But it's in turn getting ragged by lead belchers and some other units around. I'm actually quite surprised that vampires somehow have a better capture rate on point number 3. As long as it's just holding units outside of it. So the hunter from the right flank of Ogre Kingdoms have transitioned over to point number 2 now, but point number 2 has been captured, so there's not much to look here for. This is interesting spell. Or rather, it must have been a Rave Storm bombardment ability. Quite accurate. Strong versus a single unit, indeed. And the Death Guard with 4 arms is not letting go of that hunter. And then there are the zombie pirate gunnery mob with hand cannons. So they will be very, very good against hunters. The problem is they're not being sent against the hunters. And instead they're gonna be hunted down by the noblars. There's the Milk of Mystifying Miasma against one of the hunters. And there is a cannon summoned in the middle to probably target this hunter, which is going down. With only 500 value as damage being dealt. Because the Death Guard just dealt with him very, very quickly. Massive, absolutely massive. Another hunter doing a little bit better. 650 value already and still full HP. We'll see what Count Octilius has to say about that. In the meantime, point number 1, well, firmly in control of the Ogre Kingdoms. With more fun cavalry with great weapons charging down zombie pirates now. There's 9 terrorists of Mongols, which have racked up a good value, but they alone just aren't enough. And there's the Milk of Mystifying Miasma plus, I think, the bombardment spell once again, the Rave Storm from Count Octilius. The other hunter is hiding in the forest. The cannons here, the Mortar cavalry just got absolutely wrecked. Just maybe the cannons? The Mongols haven't really gone up in value. Or maybe.
Yeah.
Cannons on the other hand also don't have much value. But a new regiment of renown of zombies. Which is a weird thing to happen. Thunder has massively healed. Okay, it's the one that has gone down earlier on. Well, gone down, almost gone down. To the Depth Guard. And has now been brought back to over half HP by Troll Guts and maybe the army ability. Although Ogre Kingdoms have all their army abilities fully charged. So maybe they haven't used any. But I think tier 2 ability is not a big heal. Or maybe it's the third one. Okay, point number 3, oh sorry, point number 1 is about to flip in favor of the pirates after all. And the Mongols, the 9 Terrors with the passive regeneration, or not passive regeneration, the hunger. But they constantly just engaged some random noblars, which made them very easy and cheap. Just keep getting free heals. There's more fun cavalry. But the Milk of Mystifying Miasma slowing it down, the charge wasn't very effective. So very well placed spell, very well timed as well. By Count Octilius over there. But Ogre Kingdoms are ahead in points. And there's still some value to be crawled back. By the Vampire Pirates there. They are on course to do so. Hunters are rampaging in the backlines. And, well, the cannons have been definitely misplaced. Just a bunch of hand cannons, well, the cannons as well in here. Firing from such a close distance that, well, not anymore, I guess. Here we go, they will go down. But it's just lots of cheap shooting units are a very good counter overall.
Yeah.
These hunters, they will be able to trade up. There you go, you haven't finished the hand cannons, and now look at the value just going up. One volley and it was like 300, 400
That's
even.
a crossfire right there.
Yeah,
Huge
that
crossfire right there.
was from a single unit, the 400 value though. Yeah, the hand cannons are just perfect for focusing big single entities. That's why I said Vampire Coast is very well equipped to counter these guys. Just given how much they cost. Yeah. Not necessarily the best idea to bring them against Vampire Pirates. But still, Chimabu is winning on value and on points at the moment. And point number one is vulnerable to flipping, and so is point number 2. And that will definitely flip because there's nothing from Vampire Pirates in the area, as everything is just preoccupied with hunting the hunter in the backline. Is now escaping. He's done his job. Scurvy Dog still dove in after the hand cannons, just to get them off the battlefield as much as possible. Hunter will now retreat towards his main force. He is heal capped. There. Won't get much more. Kind of surprised that Ogre Kingdoms didn't get point number 1 back, but still, being on 2 points at the moment is definitely good enough. So, Chimabu is up in value, up in points, up in control of the battlefield as well. He's just gonna charge his zombie gunnery mob. Because these units work best when there's an overwhelming number of them. Kind of the point of zombies, of literally just spamming numbers. We've got Iron Guts, 2 units of Iron Guts. Wisely avoiding Depth Guard with polearms, as they are a great counter to them. But also coming into a repeated crossfire of the zombie-powered gunnery mob. Who is racking up a good value for how cheap they are. And as they dive into one unit, the other one opens fire. It's a pretty good overall strategy and positioning from Dr. Jellyfish. He's about to get back to holding 2 points, but it might be on the verge. Yeah, but it's just not enough. So he will need a triple cap for at least a few seconds. Well, he's got 6 minutes, essentially, to get a few seconds of a triple cap. It is going to be an uphill battle, given that he is 2,000 down on value overall. Lead Belch is now opening fire into the polearms depth guard. And that damage is absolutely crucial and essential to Ogre Kingdom's success. The Depth Guard now has found themselves an opponent that they can just lifesteal on. And this is not Depth Guard just pushing forward. It's a slow unit, vulnerable to any missile fire, but just absolutely amazing in melee. Charging in looks like Ogre Bulls. I mean, usually they would just counter charge, but Probably just very micromanaged there, as Chimbambu must be looking elsewhere. Maybe trying to reposition these lead belchers to a better position. Although the Death Guard could just walk forward a little bit and hide behind the statue of Sigmar. So the lead belchers aren't even interested in the first place, and Augur Bulls with dual weapons have an order to push through. Not even attack, just push through. Death Guard with pole arms. The Death Guard with pole arms doesn't have an attack order on these Augur Bulls either. And now the lead belchers are repositioning. So a missed opportunity there to hide behind the statue. And now the lead belchers have a very good angle. Let's see if Count Noctilus will be able to do anything about it. 2 more units of zombie pirate gunnery mob pushing on to point number 3, trying to get the 3rd cap for the vampire pirates. There we go, the Augur Bulls defeated very, very easily. Death Guard barely losing any HP, and there's a unit, well, it's not Death Guard, but there is a unit on every single point for the vampire pirates. Count Noctilus will turn around and go after the hunter. Make sure he doesn't capture the point. Scurvy Dogs probably not gonna do well against the Augur Bulls, so they started wavering. Death Guard now disintegrating and crumbling. And that crumbling is stronger than their passive regeneration. There we go, that's the end of the Death Guard just holding on with the healing while ultimately going down. And now with a unit of Iron Guts closing in on his own pirate gunnery mob. It will be very, very difficult for vampire pirates to get point number 3. They have some of the Night Terrors once again. That unit has 2.7k value on its first summon, over double than its initial value. So I'm not sure about sending them to point number 2. I would rather defend point number 2 and point number 1 with some cheap units and get a more expensive unit to try to take point number 3. Because you need that. Although I don't know if they realize they don't have the mod, and it's very difficult to calculate like a 10 seconds difference while you're under pressure of playing the battle and being preoccupied with micromanaging your units. Count Noctilus has managed to rack up 1.4k value with just his spellcast, because I doubt he's seen much melee. Scurvy Dogs are sent into point number 1 just to hold some capture weight for a moment. Zombie Pirate Gunnery Mob with hand cannons is there to counter the Hunter, but Hunter could just run away to a different flank. There's always that opportunity. And yeah, point number 3, absolutely fortified by the Ogre Kingdoms. So Chibambu probably realizes that he will win on points. Barely, but he will. And maybe he will even capture point number 1 with these Nobblers coming in. That could flip it. There is this zombie pirate gunnery mob. Cannons have been resummoned. Now they're trying to stop the Hunter, but sure. The Hunter is done. And these cannons won't be able to shoot at point number 3 because there's a forest in the way. At point number 2, there's nothing to shoot at. And that unit is absolutely wasting its time. And there's only 30 seconds left until Chimbambu victory. So given Jellyfish's... I mean, both players are just not moving. But one is correct in not moving, the other one is incorrect. So they probably both are assuming they will win on points. But yeah,
close.
I don't... Well, I mean, we always knew it, but
Unending glory is yours.
I wonder if Jellyfish realized. Maybe he realized late. Have got mega MVPs. And the Gunnery mob did really well. As overall is a good counter against Ogre Kingdoms. But yeah, I think overall just the better player in this battle won. So, as it should be, I guess. It wasn't really the case of one player outdrafting the other. It just came down to execution. We do have another replay from the finals. But we're going straight there. So with Berserk on Lizardman, this time it was his first pick. And it is this time he is the one countering Tim. Tim picked Empire, Berserk elected to counter Lizardman. And then obviously Tim picks one of the maps. In this scenario it is Lost Temple of Sotek. And once again, we see a Dreadsaurian. It's the Feral Dreadsaurian, not the Regiment of Renown one. Which I guess is also a Feral Dreadsaurian, which is a legendary one. Yeah, so this one costs only 2.4k. Lots of good tier 3 units from Tim. Huntsman, mainly. 3 units of Huntsman, 4 units of Huntsman. They do have stock, so they can surprise the enemies, but now the ruse is up. Inglehart is sneaking through the side forest around point number 3. Berserk is going to capture it.
Keep it from the foe.
So early advantage to him. Tim also has a few units of great swords forming his front line. You know, they're gonna have quite a lot of skinks to cut through. Some skink cohorts are just charging in. Maybe he wants to preoccupy some of the infantry units before charging in with the Dreadsaurian. Huntsmen, let's remember, they do have anti-large missiles, so they are a big threat, the Dreadsaurian. Also have the Sandwich Priest of Fire, with once again the Cascading Fire Cloak, and there's the Burning Head, removing one of the Huntsman units. Coming across, just barely unlucky turn. Not really going into the Militia, and once again unlucky turn, not going into the Huntsman. So good initial cast, just getting rid of this unit of Huntsman, and then just kinda unlucky afterwards. But there's another spell. Is that the Banishment? It is the Banishment. I gotta do some decent damage to the next unit of Huntsman, and those are all the range units in the area, in the vicinity of the Dread Saurian, just dealt with, done for, so that the Dread Saurian can really deal with its damage. Though being used to chase those ranged units isn't necessarily going to bring much value. On the other side, skirmish seems to be going Empire's way, as Kings are no match against Steel, Faith and Gunpowder. Although, no Gunpowder in this case. We do have a Jade Wizard, aware of that, and Gunpowder is over on this flank. And there's another Flaming Head, this time around removing Spearmen with Shields. Not necessarily the best target, given that there are some great swords in the area. Could possibly cast the spell in this direction and hope to hit some Huntsmen. Dread Saurian now has transitioned onto the infantry, but 2 units of freshly summoned 3 company militia, which are pretty cheap, are chipping into the Dread Saurian's back as he's exposing that. Some Huntsmen made their way over, trying to hunt the Feral Dread Saurian down. But he is forced to retreat into the forest, and there is no healing on the side of the Lizardman. What is this though? That's Statue of Spite. Here we go, direct damage to our unit. Point number 3 has been flipped in favor of the Empire, although the Lizardmen are now trying to get it back and are slowly crawling onto the capture weight. But the engagements overall are kind of equal. We have the Skin Cohorts engaged, one against the Great Swords. Great Swords are getting going to win. There's some Skin Skirmishers capitalizing on those Great Swords being exposed and stationary, easy targets. But our Skin Cohorts are just hanging around and cheering for their bodies, maybe just providing the capture weight, and that's about that. Dread Saurian kind of hiding in a forest so that some of the arrows are soaked up by the trees. But it's not really dealing that much damage in return either. Point number 3 was almost about to be flipped by Berserk, but Empire regained control on just the last second. But now a very good banishment cast removes the unit of swords, of great swords. Feral Saurian is circling around, probably trying to dodge all the arrows. One of the units of Huntsmen is almost out of ammunition, just 5 volleys left. Excellent value on it. Another unit with half of our ammunition, maybe not 1/3. Also at 600 value. And Empire Knights now terror routed. Point number 3, back in control of the Lizardmen. Lizardmen are above 600 value now. Not value, but the victory points. And speaking of value, Berserk is 2k down. There's a burning head that begs to disagree. Will it turn into this Huntsman? No, just barely scratched them. But remove the unit of Huntsman over here, plus the unit of Great Swords, I believe. These guys have no ammunition. Could be unsummoned soon, but they exceeded their value with just damage alone, and now when they are unsummoned, they're gonna bring half of that value back. So overall, very good cast. But point number 3 still under control of Berserk. There's another big blob. It'll be a great target for either the Dread Saurian or another Flaming Head. The Dread Saurian at 6000 HP. We're looking at his HP bar percentage wise, he seems to be quite low. But 6,700 is... It's still more than...
That's a hell of a normal lord.
Yeah, more than most lords have. Yeah, speaking of Huntsman in
like
general,
double.
below 4,000.
Yeah.
Pathetic. Then again, he costs 750.
Yeah.
Point number 1, well, Empire pushed in there, but Berserk will hold on to it. Point number 2 is being captured by that lone Feral Bastillodon, but if he continues to give chase, there we go, he's stopped. Empire kinda needs to respond to point number 2, or it's going to be flipped as well. Free capture weight is not capturing it fast. It could be fast enough to capture it, should no reinforcements come, and there are flagellants coming. But having just been summoned, maybe it won't be enough. There's also a unit of Croxigors and Skin Cohort who could come in and support that. But if Berserks manages to find a triple cap, in terms of value, he pretty much clawed it back. Where's the Dreadsorian? Oh, there he is. Well, quite far away from all the Huntsmen, who are now blobbed up. One of them is being unsummoned. There's no Winds of Magic. Berserk used all of them, so no Burning Heads anymore. We've got Basildon with Purification Crystal. Perfect timing to bring that onto the battlefield to start healing the Dreaded Saurian. And that Basildon can also just dive after the Huntsman, disrupt them a little bit, but there we go. That unit was being unsummoned, but somehow managed to probably get an order to attack. It's 5 units of Huntsmen. Diving that Bastillodon into them to disrupt them from shooting would be a good idea. But maybe you want to keep the Bastillodon as long as possible onto the battlefield so that he can get as many heals as possible for the Dreadsaurian. In the meantime, point number 2 has been recaptured by the Empire. Unless it was never captured by Elizabeth, I haven't really paid attention to that. Whatever the case is, Empire now controls 2 points, and if it stays that way, Tim will win. Point number 3 is definitely the volatile one. Dreadsaurian midst of archers now. And looking at his value, he's trading just about equal. Has lost 1.6k value and has dealt 1.6k value. Well, I would expect Purification Crystals to start coming in. There's 3 left. That would have already come in some capacity. It probably did. But Dreadsaurian doing a pretty good job of routing all of these Huntsmen. Cold One Spear Riders versus Knights of Black Rose. Well, Knights of Black Rose are an anti-infantry unit, whereas the Cold One Knights or Cold One Riders are an anti-large unit, so we should be trading up. Point number 3, just barely in favor of the Empire, but point number 2 is being flipped for Elizabeth. There's just a unit of Empire Knights inside a point, and that's about it. Point number 2, with the speed of over 5 points now, is going in favor of Berserk. Skin Cohort has routed, and Empire Knights have charged another Skin Cohort there. But it should still be enough, unless the infantry can push in. But it'll be huge for Berserk to flip it, and he's about to do so. I don't think that infantry will come soon enough, but it is getting very, very close. As the Skin Cohort keeps losing. Oh, just barely they made it in. But as a unit of Cold One Spear Riders, that might flip it back. As they're not getting on top of the point, not just yet. And Skin Cohort has been routed, and Spearmen with shields have arrived. There's more gunpowder and more steel heading on to point number 2, but in the meantime, point number 3 has been flipped. And now Berserk, who was already at 100 points, now having a double cap, is getting quite close to victory, just 2 minutes and 20 seconds away. J2's Huntsman General, who is out of ammunition. Well, in melee, he absolutely sucks.
He
So,
does.
might as well just unsummon him, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now,
no, wait.
General
You
unsummoning
can't.
is over. Yeah. I was gonna ask, you can't.
There was, in the recent patch, they removed that ability. Yeah, so now he just needs to
Yeah.
hang about and be useless. Saves him rise for being a ranged lord, cringe. Other than Sister of Twilight. Sister of Twilight is based. That's about it though. Well, very well played there by Berserk, having another unit of Cold One Riders in the enemy backline, and there we go. Tim admits a defeat, and we are tied in the grand final 1-1. We're on course for 5 battles, at the very least 4.
I don't know. I just want to see these like really good, really close battles where players compete on top level, and that's exactly what we're getting. I really appreciate that.
This one was definitely that. Like the previous one, no,
This-
that was
I don't know. I enjoyed it. Like I agree. Like it wasn't as close, and both players made mistakes. But like, yeah, one of them played a little worse than the other. But that's also part of the whole experience.
I think you're on this like no, but just admit it. Berserk fucked up big time. It's okay, but he did.
Yeah. Fuck ups are okay. They're part of the game. It wasn't like a bad thing to watch. Like I see his strategy was badly executed.
Kinda was.
I enjoyed it.
That first battle was yikes.
Now, with that said,
but the second one made up for it.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I was trying not to interrupt you. You were catching most of the things that I was saying. But I do have an update from our brackets. Grand Final is the only thing that is left. So we can fully focus on our next battles. This is what we were here for, and I'm enjoying this a lot. Remember reminiscing on last year, the 2-day event is just very draining, but here it's nice and sweet, does not overstay its welcome. I'm enjoying this a lot. Now, of course, there's still a few things to be improved on, and for that we encourage all of our players to leave their tournament feedback for us to review after the tournament. And you can see clearly that we are implementing these things. I mean, the draft, that's a lot of changes.
Yeah, we have a nice checkpoint, I guess, for the anniversary tournaments, just comparing how the 13th anniversary, which is our first ever tournament, well, not ever, within the SUNTZU League, right, after the new name, I guess, whatever, the first Warhammer tournament. Just how much changed. This is already the 3rd season, right, as one season is roughly half a year. So we've had massive changes with each season, but it's not like we're waiting for a season to be over to implement changes. We implement them as we go, and as we come up with these improvements. So we've shortened the format a few times. We've improved the drafts, we improved the map pools. We've got an entirely new system for map pools as well, to make sure every single one of them is properly balanced. Introduced the matrix for best of ones, or just introduced best of ones with the matrix, right? It's not like best of ones had a different format before. And we are just now introducing SFTs, which has been announced just earlier today. And we've already got one dude signed up, even though the tournament is 1 month away.
Oh, that's good.
And
I mean,
he has already picked his faction. Messaged me and I was like, I appreciate the commitment, but please remind me before the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, I will
That's
see
fair.
him signed up. I will probably go check in the DMs and stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, I see. That's his faction.
I mean, that does not strike me as odd. For a lot of the games I sign up, usually you sign up like a month or 2 earlier.
I mean, he can still change his mind. It's not like I will hold him accountable to a pick he made a month earlier. But let's say there is a patch and it absolutely nerfs the faction he picked. Could be the case. Or a different one gets a massive buff and he would like to change. Anyway, let's go into 5th place match, Battle 2. As we wait for the replay from the Grand Final. I also see we have Algito in interview waiting room. But he didn't message me about anything or whatever. Guess we could take him in. Let's go. Hello there, Algito. I think we're just hearing his TV. Algito, you there?
Agito.
Yeah.
Oh, he's alive. I was about okay. He's just watching TV. You wanna watch the battle with us?
That's here. Walk back.
Do switch yourself to push to talk. We can hear our TV.
Okay, I don't think this is going anywhere. We'll see you later, Algito, I guess. The battle is almost loaded. Maybe he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright.
Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. Let's go. The Elves versus the Elves.
Go. Elf on elf violence,
Personally, I mean, in terms of campaign, Dark Elves all the way. I mean, I know Wood Elves are like one of the most OP factions.
Friggin'
like,
broken.
in multiplayer, yeah, but just like gameplay-wise, I much more enjoy Dark Elves. But on the battlefield, gameplay-wise, Wood Elves.
Wood Elves all day, all night.
Are almost as much cultured as Khorne.
Like, I really enjoy them too. Like, the faction being based around faster, fire while moving, 360-degree arcs. Like, these are such good mechanics, and they reward great skill,
toxic.
which I love. But, exactly, it's very toxic. They reward skill.
Like
but
ever since I
much.
started playing any Total War, I always hated like Horse Archers. It's such a bullshit unit concept.
It is, and honestly, the concept is
like,
not the problem.
You know,
it's the CA's execution.
It's not the Horse Archers. It's the like 360 fire while moving infantry archers.
You know,
and we're also always making fun of spamming archers, but there we go. That's what we see.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that plays out.
Absolutely. Every time,
Chimambu won the previous battle, right?
I
think
he did.
So.
Let me check.
Yeah, we're both kingdoms, yes. It is the Arrow of Kurnos. We're pretty good on Do Fire Warlocks. It's a high value unit. So we got it already there at like 250 value. And Wood Elves in early control of all 3 points, or almost 3 points, but that's gonna happen. Probably will have to give up at least one of them as Dark Elves advance with their superior melee infantry. But we'll see. There are Wild Riders with shields following up. And archers are almost in position. But again, just walk forward, lol. Right?
Yes. I like that meme. Just walk forward, lol.
I mean, that's what it is. I mean, as opposed to stand there, do nothing, and just take damage?
True. I mean, YOLO mid-rush is an eternal tactic.
Works everywhere, in every single game.
Every single game, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, in my very first competitive battle in Shogun 2, and that's all I did. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea how my units match up. YOLO mid-rush. And it wins.
I mean, it does rely on you just betting that you have superior skills, but you're the one introducing chaos and therefore controlling it just a little bit more than the enemy. And as Napoleon
that's
said,
what it is about.
the battle is won by the general who controls chaos better.
Yes, that's absolutely true, and that really encapsulates it. Like we make it sound like it's the dumbest tactic, but no, it is one of the cornerstones of all tactics. It just relies on you on controlling that
And
chaos.
as we can see, even when in the grand final between Berserk and Tim, they're still making like micromanagement mistakes. There are idle units that are not moving. They sometimes are missing spells, stuff like that. So
Yeah.
like not even like the best of the best are perfect. Therefore, it's just
Yeah,
who
absolutely.
makes fewer mistakes.
That
Speaking
is
of
absolutely
mistakes, that Flaming Head wasn't one of them. It's pretty good, although it ran a bit into its own unit, but it is forgivable.
true. Yeah.
Overall,
Uh,
good trade.
Like there's so many factors that go into it. We've got, positioning, we've got composition.
Yeah, but the Wood Elves are doing a pretty good job of holding Dark Elves back, but there's a unit of Dark
Wow.
Riders with shields just snuck past the defenses. And since you invested so many money in archers, so much money in archers, there's not much left to defend them. But the Wild
Yes,
Hunters of
exactly.
Kurnos, the Wild Raiders of Shields Regiment of Renown, instead, why not 3 units of Glade Guard, as they would cost the same amount, or maybe just slightly more. That would be able to plug the gaps much better, be summoned much sooner as well. But nonetheless, the Wood Elves are doing alright, and they are ahead in value, despite their lines being broken. It is the Arrow of Kurnos mostly missing, trying to snipe the Sorcerer of Fire. And there's another one. That was a little bit more accurate, but also hit its own units a little bit. And a Murderous Prowess just triggered. Not necessarily the best moment, but Dark Elves, I mean, I would say they're doing fine, but just like the values are not really supporting it, but like the eye test
enemy has slain our lord.
looks pretty good. Now they have lost the lore though, with still plenty of mana to go. Yeah, even more mana, holy shit. There's 36 mana to use, and the sorcerer is out. But then again, she was just on foot, so she should be pretty cheap to resummon. Probably below 1,000. So Chimambu can afford her already, just needs to wait for her to regenerate. Doodles are still controlling both points. The Dark Elves have a decent ranged force of their own, and now they're trading back against the Deepwood Scouts. And these guys have only 155 range. They must have been buffed, because I remember them having like 135, I believe. The Warriors of Kurnos. Yeah, decent value on these Waystalkers. One of them has 500, so much better than the other. And Doomfire, Bombardment, whatever. So, what the hell is Glade Guard unit doing all the way here? Anyway, Doomfire Warlocks will take care of them. But lesser Doombolt, whatever. Was it really necessary? As a cavalry unit, they would have obliterated them anyway. So why use the spellcast over here instead of, like, for example, on Dryads over here or something else? Or the second of Archers, which they have run away from. Just walk forward. Yeah, you can walk sideways to dodge the missiles, that's fine, but just never backwards. I mean, the Russians did no step back, right? And that worked. Depending on who you ask. But you can't ask all the dead ones. Witch Elves now against Dryads. War Dancers also summoned, keeping the Dark Elves quite far away from all the points. And our third point will be captured by the Glade Riders, so there we go. Finally summoning the cheaper cavalry units, which makes way more sense. Dark Elves, so this is like a very high damage game, because usually we see like even if this is an advantage like 2000, it's usually 5000 versus 7, 6 versus 9, something like that. But this is like just 2 versus 5, so both sides have dealt massive damage to one another. Darkers are just about to lose even more value on the battlefield, as all of these units are about to rout across the finish line. As in, once they cross the line, they are finished. Running away from a single tree. There we go, Dark Elf value dropping down. And it looks like a complete Wood Elves victory. Even though it looked promising for Dark Elves at the beginning. But that would leave us with, or lead us to, a 1-1 state in the 5th place match. And lead us to a tiebreaker.
Mr. You there?
No, I'm dead.
Ah, okay. Understandable. Have a good day.
I'm giving you some room to cast the battle, but you're not casting.
Oh, sure. Sorry, I was AFK, had a phone call. Let's see what's happening in our battle. Oof. Yeah, Jellyfish
It's
is
over in 20
pulling
seconds.
ahead by a lot, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Pretty much.
Good cast, Arkham.
Let us take a look at the grand final. I think they're currently taking a break. We casted their second battle, right?
He's grabbing some water, be right back. It sounds like a break.
A water break.
Yeah, it looks like they have finished the 3rd battle, they just haven't uploaded replays.
Yep.
So we'll see if they deliver the replay quickly, within a minute, that we're gonna watch it. Otherwise, we're gonna go into the 3rd battle of the 5th place match. Okay, got it.
All right.
Horn versus Skaven. Berserk classic most cultured pig versus Tim's new degenerate pig.
Hell yeah. Degeneracy only. Man, I love flash hounds. I just love flash hounds. Like, basically serves as a light cavalry, but has got pretty decent melee stats. Just such a cool unit. And I love that it's not accessible to like a lot of factions. That's just such a good unit. Fun to play, fun to use. It's just great. And like you have to watch out if it's just a Chaos Warhound or a Flesh Hound, just such a big difference. Like it's distinct. Like for
There's the same
Warhounds,
icons,
just
so you need to be careful.
exactly. That's exactly like it's same icon, similar unit, but the fact that the stats are much better, you can't just stop it with like your tier 2 cavalry. So that's a big
Yeah.
difference.
Two of them rushing in forward with 4.2 with Night Runners. If Night Runners are spotted, which yeah they are they could just get charged.
For sure. But he's taking a bit more of a cautious approach and is surrounding them, going in together.
Point
Yep.
number 3, nothing. It's just regular infantry being sent there. Well, are they committed, or otherwise they're just taking damage for free? Just walk
Taking
forward,
damage
lol.
for free. Nope. Literally, I think that was a bad call. Like he should have charged them.
I mean, otherwise you're
Charging
walking
them
forward,
all up.
taking damage, and then doing nothing. So just giving
Pretty
the
much.
enemy damage for free.
Value, yeah.
Well, they have taken the point and now are running away, so it will be worth a few points.
A few points, yeah.
Tim already summoning some Skaven Slave Spears. Doom Flyers as well. Berserk yet to summon any reinforcements. Maybe saving up for a ring of Minotaurs, exactly that. Moving everything to point number 3, that's interesting. Okay, so he's YOLOing his regiment, whatever. He is obliterating and the Rat Ogres. Fresh Criminal is fine.
Rat Ogres are not a very good unit.
I mean, okay, Flash Guns are fast and sort of cheap still. And you can sort of dive in with single entities, so that's fine, but it's still sort of the same mistake he was making in the first battle of attacking with half the army while the other half is just watching.
Yeah, I don't understand what is he doing.
And now the Flesh Hounds are going to go for point number 3, while the infantry will go towards point number 2. Oh, there's a Spear of Slipnir, and there we go. Wait for the block to form up.
Nice.
And now we've got 2 units of Storm Vermin that got hit by it.
Yeah.
So that was much better overall.
Pretty good.
Yeah, the Cultists of Khorne are just charging their Bloodletters. They need to be in melee for 2 minutes. But I think it's 1 minute, and it's starting with 60-second cooldown. I don't know why it says 120 here, but in practice it's 60.
It's one use.
Yeah, exactly. So that's like really weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's probably just about charge. Maybe they're waiting for a better opportunity. There is a lot of Skaven Slave Slingers, so they can summon the Bloodletters like right on top of them. Got 1 unit of Flesh Hounds of Khorne in the backline, running into Skaven Slave Spears. We do have bonus versus large, and there we go. There's the 2 units of Bloodletters. But they're summoned towards the melee engagement rather than the ranged units. Let's see how Berserk uses them. And there's a Flensing Ruin. upgraded as well, hitting quite a few units.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
the others are used to hit the front line in the back, the Storm Vermin. Well, Berserk is doing quite a good job of pushing through. See the value on this. Yeah, this guy got like 85 with a single volley.
One of your units has been
That was not bad, but the Flesh Hounds are already on top. So I'm quite surprised they're able to rack up the value. They need to find like a good soft target, which I guess Murders of Khorne with dual weapons. Just about that. As they're hitting on Minotaurs, but Minotaurs have 70 armor. Then again, they're big, easy targets. So yeah, this time both players, well, Tim is always playing really well. Berserk is like hit and miss, but this time he's definitely hitting. Having another unit of Minotaurs punch through. But apparently those Skaven slingers, pretty brutal. That's a sentence I was not expecting to ever say.
Yeah, I looked away for a second and then you're saying this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean like 200 value on this guy? Well, he costs
Yeah.
200? And he barely used
Yeah.
any ammunition, it's a few volleys. What?
Yeah. I mean, no doubt, you know, range units, especially at low value, have a much easier way
Oh,
to
there's a
get
sort of
Whoa.
core into Storm Vermin
Wrecked.
and Rat Clans. Clan Rats.
That whole...
Anyway, that
that
was
whole-
multiple units, that was pretty good. Like, look at that, Storm Vermin is like, it was at full HP just a few seconds ago.
Yeah. That whole
Valkyrie
flank
is
has
pretty
just
low, though.
flipped.
Cleansing Ruin
Valkyrie
once
is
again
pretty
being
low,
cast
yeah.
on her.
Yep, that will be enough to kill her. Just the
Yeah,
flanking
but
wound
that,
alone should be enough.
that sort of cane, a corn, just flipped the value and it's now
Oh, yeah,
Berserk in the
exactly.
lead. At point
Yep,
number
I
2,
did not-
still under control of Skaven, but not for long. They're flipping it pretty fast.
And Valkyria somehow survived, thanks to her 35% magic resistance.
Well, she is routed, but there's nothing really to pursue her. But it's not like she will have much more value. Yeah, both Spears of Sleipnir already used.
You have the foe's victory point.
Cultists are still going strong. There we go, point number 2 has been captured. Berserk will start regaining the points. And there's another sort of corn ready. There's been a lot of slaughter. Well, given that there's a lot of Skaven slaves, so they're big 140 man units. Maybe Skaven
Yep.
slave spears are even more. 116 Clanrat spears as well.
Yeah.
So they're just big units that are very easy to kill. So Khorne has a lot of skulls. It's very easy to
Yes.
please with the blood flow.
Very small skulls, but skulls
So
nonetheless.
He's been throwing the swords left, right, and center, being happy.
Fair.
Man, that's very beautiful charge from Chaos Warhounds this time around into 2 units of Skaven Slave Slingers that have been blobbed up. But these Night Runners are able to shoot even though they're engaged in melee. The classic. Well, and these guys, Warhounds, just routed from being engaged with Skaven Slave Slingers. Well, getting kind of shot by
Oh,
Night
those were
Runners.
just warhounds, not flesh hounds. That explains it.
Yeah. I mean, but still, there we go,
Another
there's another.
sort of... Ooh, that's completely...
Told you
wiped
there's
it out.
another one ready. I mean, Night Runners got obliterated, they were at full HP. Storm Vermin didn't suffer much because they're already almost dead, and Rat Ogres, they are large units. But still, pretty good.
Yeah.
And look, there's
But-
14% towards the next one already. Oh, he used the second
You know-
tier ability.
Despite the spectacle...
Which is, I don't know what it is.
Skaven are still way ahead in value.
Wait, value is,
surprised
Berserk
by it.
is now 2,000 ahead, but Tim has 1,000 to spend. And the points,
like,
well,
get the damage
Skaven are
inflicted.
ahead. I don't care about damage, I care about damage on the field. Also, the Sword of Khorne is not counted towards this. This is just from the units.
Oh, yeah, that does change things.
Yeah, and
That
I don't
does
think there's
change
this healing on any of the units. Maybe Rat Ogres have some kind of
No, you're thinking brood horrors. No, rat ogres don't have regeneration.
So there we go. So there's no healing on anyone, alright? So this is just true values, I guess. So
Yep.
from that we can calculate that the Sword of Corns were roughly worth 2k. From some quick maps, which never go well on stream. Okay, point number 2 has been flipped back into Skaven favor, and there's just lots of routed units, mainly the Skaven units. Point number 1 may be flipped. There's a storm vermin guarding it, but it doesn't matter because all that matters is numbers. And there's a low. And there we go, they are routed. Berserk could have played a little bit better by charging all 3 units at the same time to immediately break the morale. And now 2 units of Skaven Slave Slingers blobbed up, just perfectly line up. So that's round 2, but this time it's the Flesh Hounds of Khorne. Should do much better. These 2 units should be shut down. So Berserk controls 2 points. I imagine he won't be able to hold on to point number 1 for much longer, as the music just cut off and is gone. It's okay, we can add it in post. Or something. Point number 3 is kind of threatened by the 2 units of Doomflyers, and they're getting some value, especially this one.
Yeah,
Valkyrie is back
Valkyrie
though,
is better.
and she has 2 new uses of Spear of Sleipnir. That is going to be quite important as well.
For sure.
If she can find some maybe storm vermin to use them on. But Skaven are looking to get control of point number 1 back, but it's a huge force that is heading towards there, which could expose point number 2 to some units from Berserk, but there's a huge value, or a huge portion of Berserk's value on the field is in Valkia right now, who is chasing Doomflyers, which might not necessarily be the best use for her at the moment. We've got Warlock Engineer in here, but also 20 Winds of Magic to use. That's 1 Flensing Ruin. 1 Flensing Ring upgraded, rather. Point number 1, flip back, it's given favor. Those Murder Horsemen with throwing axes can just be used as regular cavalry unit. Put them behind the enemy lines, which is exactly what Berserk is doing. Wait for an opportunity to charge into some of these ranged units, or maybe just charged into melee to provide that recharge bonus. For the units of Flesh Hounds of Khorne against the Hounds of all Wolf Rats with poison, so that's pretty good. And Night Runners who are out of ammunition. And they're pretty bad in melee, 33-23. Skaven Slingers are back at it. Oh, and Murder Horseman just engaged some Clownlet Spears. Not necessarily the best target for them, especially since they have some ammunition. But they're actually doing pretty well. If they can get a recharge with these other cavalry, then maybe. But still, getting charged into all these Skaven Slave Slingers would have been a much better idea, as they're a huge threat to the Minotaurs. But there we go, there's another Spear of Sleipnir across 3 units, Ashen Triads as well. That's a pretty good unit that just got half of its deleted. But kind of a misplay on Berserk's part on these Murder Horsemen. Really, they should have gone for the Skaven Slave Slingers here. Such an easy, obvious target. Valkyrie is going to chase off the Warlock Engineer, but he's already out of mana. Literally used every single Winds of Magic. So upgraded Flensing Ruin is 20 Winds of Magic. And yeah, the Minotaurs got absolutely obliterated by the 4 units of goddamn Skaven Slave Slingers. Although their values aren't that high, to be honest, and I imagine they have been summoned for the 2nd time. And there we go, now they're getting flooded by the Chaos Warhounds. There's the Flesh Hounds unit as well over here. So point number 2 could be flipped in favor of Berserk. Berserk is at 950, Tim is at 1200, so the values on points are pretty close. Although, I think Berserk needs a triple cap at this point. Just for a few seconds, but still. He'll need a triple cap. Which is much harder to achieve. But now, finally, his massive forest of hounds is tearing through all these ranged units, getting them what they deserve, which is being eaten alive by all these good boys of Khorne. Valke now in the middle of all these Doom Flyers, trying to get away. I think maybe should just fight them. I don't think they would be able to deal much damage to Valke. Well, Valke should be able to deal much in return, but if she's running away, there's just more opportunities for them to get their charging attacks. Okay, there we go, now she finally turned around and started fighting. Although, you know, the animations, many units do or die by them. But anyway, sending a unit of maybe Flesh Hounds of Khorne or something to help Valke would just do the trick. There's nothing available, as Tim has gotten himself ahead in value now. Sword of Khorne is charging. I don't know what the second tier army ability for Khorne is. Maybe should have saved for the sword. But anyway, Berserk admins defeat, but it was a very, very good battle. Back and forth. It was a very difficult match for Berserk, but if he played it a little bit better, I think he could have won it.
For sure, that was a close match.
Yeah, it was definitely winnable for Berserk. It kind of makes you just underestimate the Skaven Slave Slingers. It's fucking Skaven Slaves, right? Like, what can they do? Like, oh, ouch. Okay.
Yeah,
maybe those bloodletters should have gone the other way.
Yeah. Or more Flesh Hounds.
Yeah. Or more hounds. They're cheap.
Yes.
But Chaos Furies weren't summoned a single time.
Oh, yeah, that's a mistake.
Yeah, just a little bit better target selection. The cavalry was a little bit misplayed, like charging into spears and not achieving anything for it, versus potentially charging a quadruple blob of Skaven Slave Slingers.
Yeah.
So, and then those Skaven Slave Slingers just obliterated a unit of Minotaurs around that crucial, like, pivotal point in the middle.
For sure.
Yeah, so that might have been like the biggest blunder in this battle that have decided the outcome.
Well, looks like we've got one more replay.
On the final?
Yeah.
Well, let's get right into it then.
What is this fourth one?
It is the fourth one.
Yeah.
So if Tim wins, it's potentially the last one.
Okay.
So,
I do have a tournament starting in about 4 minutes.
Too
bad.
Well, so we've got Greenskins of Tim and Demons of Chaos, quite a signature pick by Berserk.
Oh yeah, the memes of chaos.
So we've got a good mix. The only not represented one is Slanesh. Feels bad for him, I guess. We've got the ugly Nurgle guy. We've got the exalted something of Khorne. The Nurglings and the pink horrors, the Scour Guts, and the Shrieking Sky Race. Screenskins, just a bunch of cheap infantry. And bringing in the new units, the goblins with spears. Although the goblins were always with spears, but this time they actually have anti-large. And they have shields, which they didn't used to have. And all that for just 25 gold increase in price. Some orc boys. Some R boys. And some squigs. Actually quite a lot of archers. So lots of cheap archers, lots of even cheaper front lines to keep these archers protected. There's a Grand Vomitus, there we go, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure because I thought he looks a little bit different. Has Rancid Visitations, Light Boil, huh, and Fleshy Abundance. I mean, Fleshy Abundance and Rancid Visitations are popular choices,
Yep.
but Light Boil?
Boil?
Yeah, everybody always goes for Stream of Corruption. And he landing in some archer units, yeah, it's already taken quite a lot of damage, so not necessarily the best
Yeah,
of ideas.
unnecessarily too.
Oh, Blood Reapers.
Oh, Lucas' a spell down there.
Oh, there we go, Night Goblins, Squig Hoppers coming in. Maybe some Horse Archers or Wolf Archers in this case would have been better in here. Or
Could you
Spider
hover
Archers.
over those goblins real quick?
These goblins?
Okay. Wow, they did get their anti-large.
Yeah, that has been patch shots.
Yeah, still, I hadn't seen it till now.
I guess Grand One is
You know, we were
just,
joking
900
about
value is already pretty
Uh-huh.
good, I would say, so I guess there's that.
I was gonna say, I think what he did, he went there and casted a spell. I think he did Light Boil, but we would have seen it. I don't know, he's doing something.
Might have been Rancid Stations as well. He has 67, so he used 13 Winds of Magic, so must have been Light.
Blood, yeah.
There was one unit that got obliterated, I think it was the Goblin, so they must have gotten the brunt of it. Oh!
Yeah,
The
similar
Ancient
use.
Nurgling's flank.
Ooh, from around. Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, they have Vanguard deployments, but they've probably been like deployed over here or something, if they noticed that. And neither did Tim, I guess. But those archers were already kind of obliterated earlier, so I think Nurgling's already committing to that, or whatever. What's the word there? Contributing, there we go. And they do bring, oh there we go, there's another Blight Boil. Yeah, like took half of 2 units, so not bad I guess. For 13 Winds of Magic, I would say that's pretty decent. Like 2 streams of corruption for the same price, wouldn't be able to achieve probably the same result, so pretty good. But a huge concentration of archers now over on this flank, so Grand Vomit is wisely running away.
Yeah. After doing a lot of damage, he used.
Those are
It's a
Orwell
similar
Brigands.
tactic. Yeah.
The 2 Blood Reapers almost unbothered. The point number 2 is going to flip in Berserk's favor anytime soon. Grand Vomit is just stopping right in front of the point,
okay.
just to not bring all these units into the point so that it
good
finishes the
idea.
capture.
Now he is gonna pay for
Oh,
it
there's the
because
Slanesh
he's,
units. Pins of Slanesh.
he's getting shot at.
Very much so. The Fiends of Slanesh hopefully will be coming in and pushing through towards these archers, but they have stopped around the Orc boys. They're not necessarily well equipped to fight them.
They're really
They're
not.
very glass cunning. I mean, on the other hand, they could have just charged into archers and just get obliterated before they even reach there.
Grand Vomitus is gonna die. He is.
Yeah, he's
disintegrating.
already disintegrating. Even Fleshy Abundance wouldn't have saved him.
Yep.
So down he goes, and he still has 54 Winds of Magic left.
Ooh.
So,
Yeah, should have casted something.
well, maybe he will get resummoned, but Berserk will need to wait quite a while with no reinforcements, and he's already quite down in value. Yeah, the concentration of archers he just didn't have the answer for. Didn't have like the cheap flesh hounds, no chaos furies. I mean, he had one unit, which just wasn't enough. I mean, he has his own ranged units in pink horrors, which are now wrecking the night goblins as they approach. They will find a charge, but that doesn't even break through the barrier. It breaks now, as they themselves haven't broken their morale yet. They have now. And then they should deal some damage. The Orc boys were idle for a little bit, but not for long enough for pink horrors to be able to respond. And there's the brain burster or whatever. But it's just the green tide is way too much for Demons of Chaos to handle. The only thing that's really on the battlefield for them are the pink horrors. These two Blood Reapers over there. Changebringers.
Oh, Changebringers on the ground? Why? Well, not for long.
Yep.
Friggin' means. Yep, and they're gone. Wow.
I mean, yeah, summoning them
That
into so many archers in the enemy army also isn't a good idea at all. And
True. And yeah, that's a
so
GG.
it goes up, yeah. So 3-1 for Team the Wilder, beating Berserk once again, being his kryptonite.
Yeah, for sure. Still, those are good games, a little bit of memes.
Did Berserk beat Tim, like, ever?
I don't know, I would need to check, but...
I mean, they have built quite a history between themselves already.
They sure have. They sure have. That was a lot of fun.
Alright,
Okay.
well, that will conclude our tournament. We've gotten through quite a lot of replays. And it was pretty much a constant stream, but of battles.
It was. It was.
Right.
No, I think we're really nailing down the format, forecasting, and games.
Yeah, and hopefully not too many interruptions from my internet provider, but it wasn't like a single point where I cut off. So I did have some
just had a bit of
dropped
lag.
frames on OBS. Yeah, the lag was there, but then I closed Firefox and it was fine. Because it was eating a lot of memory. Yeah, I was using that for the brackets. Yeah, it's just,
Right. Yeah, leave
it's a very resource-hungry browser.
It is. Yep. Well, regardless, that was a great tournament. And when is our next one? I think next we have our Pharaoh Dynasties tournament.
So goblins with spears still have the same icon, although maybe like the shield was added.
No, they still have the same icon. They just added a new unit.
Yeah, of regular goblins with swords.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think this unit of goblins didn't have shields before. Or maybe they had.
I think you're correct. No, I don't think they had shields. Well,
Yeah,
regardless, that was
quite a
great.
buff for greenskins.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
I
thank you,
go and
everybody.
take care of my next tournament.
Yeah, sure. Keep calling that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you everybody for watching, for participating, because without you, wouldn't have been possible. So thank you for celebrating our 14th anniversary with us, for bringing us such good battles, entertaining battles as well. For us to have just fun with and enjoy. So let me get the bracket on the screen for last time. there we go. That's what it looks like. So we're watching the 5th place match. We haven't watched the last battle. It looks like Jellyfish defeated Chimbambu in the 3rd battle. 7th and 8th place not decided. Oh, yeah, because both of these guys dropped out. I don't know, 0-0 I guess. We'll figure out. Whatever. And an F-pod winning against X-Navigator. I think I got replays for that as well. And these battles I think have happened, so nobody dropped out here. Yeah, Opal Bear Black won a single battle versus Dr. Jellyfish, but then dropped out of the tournament. Pembrokeshire just dropped out here. Chimabu got a free victory here. Jellyfish kind of a free as well. But then went on to like use it well, let's say, and won his following battle. So at least like prove that he deserved to be there. So overall, pretty good. So once again, thank you everybody for watching, and we've got a Pharaoh tournament on 21st of September. That'll be the finals, the playoffs. The group stage starts on 2nd of September. You can still sign up if Pharaoh is something that interests you. As for Warhammer, we've got a single faction tournament incoming on 28th of September. And then we'll have another single faction tournament in October, but not in Domination, which is the one in September. That will be on Conquest. But that is yet to be announced officially in our announcements channel, so you heard it here first. And it will be on 12th of October, if I remember correctly. Possibly subject to change, but rather not. So probably 12th of October on Conquest. Single faction tournaments. Could I introduce them to our league? See how you like it, and then go from there. We'll see what we'll do afterwards. Well, see you there.